Illegal dumping and littering is a concern across the Gladstone region, with over 134 offences in the last 18 months. Our region is beautiful, but there are a few bad apples that ruin it for the rest of us, and they need to clean up their act.
Commonly found items at illegal dumping sites across the region include car bodies and batteries, mattresses, tyres, white goods and furniture, and green waste. These items can be disposed of at any of the region's waste transfer stations, some of them even for free.
Illegal dumping and littering pollutes our environment, harms plants and animals, and detracts from the enjoyment of our public spaces. It can lead to stormwater and ocean pollution, with large amounts of plastic, sugar sachets and cigarette butts caught in stormwater traps and grates.
It's cheaper for everyone to dispose of waste correctly. Illegal dumping and littering cost our ratepayers thousands of dollars each year in waste management and clean-up. It's also costly for our dumper, with penalties of up to $10,000.
We can all work together to keep our region beautiful and dispose of waste responsibly by placing rubbish in the bins, or even holding onto the rubbish until you're near a suitable bin, and using our local waste facilities. Don't be part of the problem of pollution. Be a part.
I'm happy to do that, yeah. We can have a talk. It's not related, okay. Not at all. It's not a joke at all. He's only won one world title. Sorry? Mark Okalupa. His full name is Marco J. Luciano Okalupa. Known as Mark.
Sign up to Council's disaster and weather event warning system. Receive alerts about emergency news, severe weather events and other public safety alerts via SMS or email. Registering to the disaster messaging system is free. To register, visit Gladstone Regional Council's Region Watch website and click on the Register for Warnings button. Get ready, Gladstone. Take the steps to protect what's most important to you. Let's be better prepared and protected for emergencies and disasters.
And the next item on the agenda is messages of condolence. Do we have any messages of condolence, councillors? No messages of condolence. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is the prior notifications of conflicts of interest. And we do have a prior notification from Councillor Branthwaite and Councillor Trevor. Over to you, Councillor Branthwaite.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. It's way there. Wasn't pressing it hard enough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, Councillor Darryl Branthwaite, advise that in the agenda item G/3.2, deputation of Brian Robertson, I have a declarable conflict of interest as a result of my personal relationship with Adrian Robertson, Brian Robertson's son, who is a close family friend. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will be leaving the room for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Branthwaite. No decision required by Council. Over to you, Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Mayor. I, Councillor Chris Trevor, advise that in agenda item G/4.1, request for rebate scheme, consideration to development application 28/2020 for a material change of use of premises for a retirement facility, manufactured housing estate, 201 dwellings, 5 stages, located at lot 300, Okalupo Circuit. I have a declarable conflict of interest as I am a director, along with my wife Colleen Trevor, of Warrabale Proprietary Limited as trustee, which owns a 50% share in development land at lot 207 Round Hill Road, which is in very close proximity to the subject land of this development application. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Trevor. No resolution required from Council. Any further conflicts of interest? No, thank you, Brooke. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is the Mayor's statement on current issues. And I'd like to firstly just talk about the Mayor's Carols, the Santos GLNG Mayor's Carols that were hosted on Friday night at the GPC Marina Parklands. And what a fantastic night it was. So good to see so many members of our community out and about and enjoying the Christmas spirit. And obviously we're very grateful to our major sponsors in Santos, but so many other local community groups and local businesses get involved. Our schools, our amazing team at the Gladstone Entertainment Convention Centre, and of course 4CC, who've been involved for so many years. And as I said, the big band of volunteers from the choir right through to the orchestra, they do an amazing job. And again on Sunday, Christmas came alive in the city with the Christmas street party on Sunday night. And again, our team at the GECC did an amazing job, as well as so many other local volunteers getting involved in that. And I'm sure the kids loved when the Christmas tree was lit up. And it worked this year, so that was even better. But thank you, councillors, for being there on Friday and Sunday as well. And it was really a fantastic couple of nights, and certainly getting into the festive season. I'd like to thank my deputy for attending the Ulysses Toy Run on Saturday. It's the first time I haven't been able to attend for many years, but I'm sure he had a fantastic day there. Now, the next thing I'd like to mention is the growing community concern over the Queensland Government's incoming COVID-19 restrictions. Now, while our community is similar to other parts of Queensland, we are also very unique. Gladstone and Central Queensland is not the same as South East Queensland. We do not have access to the same services and infrastructure, and we do not have the population. Over the past few weeks, councillors heard concerns from small business operators, parents, teachers, nurses and many local community members about their opposition to the Queensland Government's COVID-19 measures planned for December 17. On November 12, as part of the Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils, we wrote to the Queensland Government highlighting concerns raised by small business operators and employees over their incoming restrictions. Community concerns are continuing to escalate the closer we get to December 17 and the uncertainty we all face as we prepare for the borders to open on December 13. While there are many differing views in our community on the Queensland Government's proposed COVID-19 measures, I want to make sure all views are heard by the state. And so today, I will table a document further identifying issues raised by members of our local community that the state government should be aware of these and other views as it continues to consider the final public health directions that it will enact the new COVID rules. I'll table that document today. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, councillors. I'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is a confirmation of the minutes. And the confirmation of the minutes for November 16, please.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Churchill. Second, Councillor Muscat. I'll put the motion. All in favour. It's carried. Thank you. Now we have deputations, and we have two deputations today. And the first one is from Stanwell Corporation. And I'd like to welcome Phil and Jordana. Thank you. And I'll hand over to you, Phil.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the Council for hosting us today or enabling us to come and speak to you about hydrogen. It was certainly a very exciting opportunity. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting, the Bailey, Gurung, and Tarabellang Bunda peoples, and pay my respects to elders past and present. And acknowledge the team today, Joe, our strategy lead for hydrogen, as well as Peter Woodall from Stanwell Power Station, and Jess Powell as well from our strategy and engagement team. So we thought it'd be a good opportunity to run you through an update on the development of our hydrogen project that we're developing in collaboration with a number of other companies, and also give an opportunity for any questions or discussion. For those who don't know Stanwell, we're a Queensland Government-owned corporation, an energy company. We supply energy to the Queensland and national electricity markets, and we also have a retail business as well that supplies energy to large commercial and industrial customers. We own two of the larger power stations in the state, so Stanwell Power Station west of Rockhampton, and also the Toorong Power Stations and Meandu Mine down near Kingaroy. And so our focus as a business is to try and provide reliable and affordable energy for today, while also building a portfolio of renewable energy and storage and hydrogen opportunities that can help reduce emissions and provide the energy needs of tomorrow. In terms of hydrogen, we've been on the journey for a number of years now. Our investigations began back in 2019 when we looked at a small-scale demonstration project at Stanwell Power Station. So it was a 10-megawatt electrolyser project, and we received some funding from the Australian Renewable Energy Agency to do a feasibility study into that project. The investigation showed that while technically it was a feasible project, it was quite challenging commercially, and the main reason for that was that at that stage there weren't a lot of interested parties in terms of purchasing renewable hydrogen locally in the domestic market. So we decided at that stage to park that project, and as part of that investigation we also started looking at what the export opportunity might be for hydrogen. So we took a trip over to Japan and Korea in late 2019, just before COVID hit, so it was good timing, and we managed to develop a number of relationships with companies and government agencies in those two countries, and it showed us that the export opportunity was a lot sooner, a lot closer than what we thought. And so we signed up a MOU with Iwatani Corporation, who are Japan's largest hydrogen supplier, and we started working on a concept study together. And that concept study was looking at the opportunity to produce renewable hydrogen here in Gladstone and export it to Japan. The concept study showed that while commercially, again, it was quite challenging and there's still a way to go before hydrogen is commercially viable, there's a real opportunity, given the natural competitive advantages of this region, to actually start producing hydrogen from the mid-2020s at large scale and start exporting it to Japan. So it was promising enough to give us the confidence to move into the next phase of the project. And so together with Iwatani, we built out that consortium with a further 4 companies, 3 Japanese companies and 1 Australian company, and we're now doing a detailed feasibility study into the project. And we've received funding from ARENA again, but also from the Japanese government, from the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, which is an important, I think, vote of confidence in the work that we're doing. What you're seeing here on the screen is an artist's impression of the proposed hydrogen production facility, which is to be based at Aldoga. This is on a site that is currently owned by the Queensland Government, Economic Development Queensland, but Stanwell has secured the site through an option agreement to purchase the site. So I guess this slide highlights the reasons why we're involved in hydrogen as a company. Firstly, we think it's a good opportunity for us to try and diversify our business. At the moment, we're a company that not only produces energy domestically, but also exports. We gain revenue from exporting energy resources. But we think the opportunity to participate in the next wave of energy exports through hydrogen is a great way to diversify our business and our revenue streams. We also want to create opportunities for our workforce and our local communities as well. That's a very important part of our role as a government-owned corporation. So participating in the hydrogen industry, creating a pathway to net zero emissions. So industry is looking to move towards net zero, as are all major economies. And so hydrogen provides one of those vehicles for doing that. It's certainly not going to be the only opportunity, and there's a lot of opportunities for electrification of sectors and using renewable energy. But hydrogen, in those difficult to abate sectors, hydrogen is a key mechanism or a key technology. And we've seen that as renewable energy costs have come down and hydrogen production costs have come down, there are now a range of sectors where it's seen as a viable option. So we want to help our domestic customers as well as our international customers on their pathway to net zero. Positioning Queensland or Central Queensland as a renewable hydrogen hub, that's very important. We know the region has all the key advantages in terms of renewable energy, land, excellent port and other infrastructure. But really we need to create a hub which will bring together a number of different sources of both hydrogen production and hydrogen demand, try and coordinate and aggregate that as much as possible to get the efficiencies and the benefits of having a hub. So we'll talk a little bit about what we're doing around the hydrogen hub in a moment. But I think, as I mentioned, in terms of where we see the value, it's around those high quality jobs. So looking at what are those jobs of the future that can be produced in the hydrogen supply chain, all the way from the production of renewable energy right through to the processing of hydrogen and shipping of it overseas, as well as all the domestic applications of hydrogen. Local manufacturing opportunities, there's already been quite a bit of coverage around Fortescue Future Industries plans in Gladstone. We see there's opportunities there for us to work with them and other potential OEMs or original equipment manufacturers to look at where can we try and bring some of those manufacturing and assembly opportunities into the local region. And creating an integrated supply chain between Central Queensland and Japan. This is a key opportunity. If we were to secure this project, it would be the first large-scale liquefied hydrogen supply chain in the world, and we really want to see that happen between Central Queensland and Japan. And finally, and this goes to the commerciality and I suppose the economics of hydrogen, we need to be able to meet the price targets that have been set by our partners, and so that's a key focus of the work that we're doing at the moment. Another artist's impression of the project. This one is facing, I guess, back in the opposite direction towards the coast, and you'll see there in the foreground the proposed hydrogen production site and phase 1 and 2 of our project. The proposed hydrogen gas pipeline route, which is in the red. This is just proposed at this stage, it's not confirmed. The water pipeline in the blue, again, just conceptual. But leading through to the liquefaction plant at Gladstone Port. And so we're working closely with Gladstone Ports Corporation around developing the land for the liquefaction facility and also the wharf facility there as well. You can see there some indications around the connection into the local infrastructure. So we have the Larkin Creek substation in close proximity, and also the Acciona solar farm as well, the Aldoga solar farm, which was an exciting announcement last week. We've signed an MOU with Acciona we're proposing to connect the solar farm directly into the electrolyser to provide what we call a behind-the-meter energy supply. which I think would be an excellent opportunity. You can see there it's in the central renewable energy zone, so lots of great renewable resources in the local region. And this really just shows why, again, why Gladstone and why Central Queensland is so attractive. When our Japanese partners have seen these types of pictures and they've come and visited the region, they've just seen this is the ideal place to do hydrogen at scale. The next slide tries to put a bit of context around the scale of the opportunity and the project we're working on. So in the first, on the left-hand side, you'll see phase 1 of our project, which is 2026. We're looking at producing 100 tonnes a day of hydrogen. That'll require around 300 to 330 megawatts of electrolysis, which is the technology that we'll use to produce the hydrogen. So that's an energy load of 300 megawatts. In order to power that electrolyser, we'll need about 1,000 megawatts of renewable energy, because of course renewable energy doesn't produce a constant supply, and so we need to have a larger amount of capacity in order to meet the needs of the electrolyser. We've now secured, or we're in the process of securing, the solar. We're also looking at a number of wind projects as well to fill out the rest of that profile. Phase 2 of our project, which is due to come online in 2030-31, is looking at scaling up to 900 tonnes per day. And so you can see there the scales there of the amount of electrolyser capacity, but also the amount of renewable energy starts to get very, very large. And so the challenge at that point becomes how do we create the transmission infrastructure to allow this project to go ahead, as well as other projects that are proposed, and of course develop the renewables as well in the region. And then finally looking at phase 3, which is not actually part of our project, but it's more looking at what could be the potential maximum of hydrogen production. And it could be a lot bigger than this, but we've just looked at, in the immediate region, there could be up to 20,000 megawatts of renewable energy available, and so that would translate into around about 800,000 tonnes per annum of hydrogen. But of course, if we were to go further inland and access more solar, that number could grow as well. Seems like a lot, and it is a lot, but when you look at Japan's target for 2030, and then also the global projections beyond that for hydrogen demand, you can see that the potential opportunity here is huge. So that's a big opportunity for Central Queensland, but also for other regions in Australia as well. This shows you a little bit more about the consortium that we put together. So we've been able to develop some really good partnerships across the hydrogen supply chain. And so you can see there the indicative expertise areas that each of the companies has. So the 4 Japanese companies working from right to left, Kansai Electric Power Company, who are a power generator in Japan. They own and operate about 30 gigawatts of electricity generation capacity, so it's about 10 times bigger than Stanwell. And they are looking to use hydrogen in their power generation facilities. So that's a key use for hydrogen. Of course, Japan doesn't have access to the same renewable energy that we do, or other resources, so they really rely on imported energy to supply their needs, and that's why they're looking at hydrogen. Marubeni, who are a trading house, who procure energy for other companies. Iwatani, who are, as I said, a major hydrogen supplier now, but are looking to expand that, and also have expertise in operating liquefaction plants as well in Japan. Kawasaki Heavy Industries, who are the equipment manufacturer for hydrogen shipping, as well as for liquefaction plants. APA Group, who would be known to you as an Australian gas company, so they have expertise in gas handling and are looking to participate in the pipeline as well as the upstream renewable energy and hydrogen production, and of course Stanwell with our energy background as well. So we think it's a really good consortium, and it's got, we've been able to sign up an MOU at this stage, but we're looking to move into more formalised arrangements next year. In terms of potential economic benefits, this was work that was done a little while ago now, but was looking at what could be the impact of the project. We didn't look at the entire supply chain at that stage, we just looked at the hydrogen production facility, and so this probably understates the impact a little bit, but you can see the numbers there, but there was an additional $7.9 billion for the gross regional product of the Central Queensland region through the project, about $4.2 billion of hydrogen exports, and $10 billion additional for the state's economy in total. And the job numbers there, you can see a number of jobs created through the construction period, and so there's a peak of job creation as well as an ongoing annualised job creation through both the project itself, but also the flow-on effect on other sectors of the economy. So this was a whole of economy modelling that was done. Just drilling down a little bit into where we see some of the challenges and opportunities of the project. So obviously water availability is a key issue that we're very, very focused on. And so there's 2 angles on this. One is we're looking at what new supply solutions might be available, particularly for phase 2 of our project. But first and foremost, we're looking at how can we actually minimise the amount of water that's required in the process. So an example of that would be looking at the cooling solution. So how do we cool the plant, and looking to use a dry cooling solution for that rather than wet cooling. which will help to minimise the amount of water that's required there. So we think phase 1 water requirements are not too significant, and they should be able to be met through existing water supplies. Phase 2 we think will require some new supply solutions, but they're being worked on, I think, by the Queensland Government. But we're also looking at, as I said, maximising water efficiency and also water reuse as well. So how do we actually have the most sustainable, as well as the most economically sustainable way of reusing water to the extent that there is wastewater. So there will be some wastewater streams from the project. They will be primarily from reverse osmosis reject water, so it'll be sort of mildly brackish water, and also from the hydrogen liquefaction facility as well from the cooling process. So they're the types of water that can be reused in different applications. So we're going to look at that as a first port of call. In terms of skills, we're very focused on that. We know that a big new industry requires a lot of skills and training, and so we're working with the likes of Central Queensland University on that. We're looking at trying to understand what the skills are that are required across the whole supply chain, and also where our existing workforce might be able to provide some of those skills. So we have a lot of very skilled people in our business working on not just electrical trades, but across other areas. And so we're looking at that transferability. But we're also looking at how can we, I guess, train up the next generation of workforce that will work in this industry. So a lot of work happening there, not just by us, but by other proponents, universities and the state government as well. I've talked about energy a bit, and certainly the amount of renewables that's required over time is quite significant, but also that transmission infrastructure. So Queensland Government's working on a Central Queensland Renewable Energy Zone, and so we're working closely with them and with Powerlink to look at, and other proponents as well, to look at how do we design that transmission network, and how do we get the right mix of connecting projects to the grid, while also maybe providing those behind-the-meter solutions where we're connecting projects directly into a renewable plant as well. And finally, I mentioned local content and manufacturing, but that's a key focus, and certainly as a government-owned corporation, we need to comply with the Queensland procurement policy, which has a very strong focus on local content. We're required to set specific percentages for local content, and we'll be certainly, there'll be an expectation that we look to assemble, manufacture as much as possible, but also just use local businesses in the whole supply chain. So that's a focus of the project. I won't go into too much detail on this slide, but it's looking at where are the opportunities across that supply chain. We see that in terms of direct jobs, the key opportunities are in for Stanwell's workforce, we see in the renewables and hydrogen production space, because that's where the transferability is the most. But more broadly for the region, I think there's the skills that exist there around liquefaction. Obviously, we've got the LNG plants already, so it's only one step then to do the O&M for the liquefaction plant. So that's a big opportunity. And manufacturing and assembly, we put down a few ideas there around. I think the key here is actually to do with the pipeline. So the reason why we maybe haven't produced a lot of renewable energy components in somewhere like Queensland before is because the pipeline hasn't been coordinated. It's been individual projects going out and happening. But what we're talking about here is a pipeline of renewable projects over a long period of time. So it creates predictability for the market, and we're hoping that will actually create more opportunities for the renewable components to be manufactured locally within Queensland and the balance of plant. And then looking at the electrolyser as well. So the FFI opportunity, but also looking at other OEMs who may want to come, and particularly if they've got a large project signed up, they might be in a position to come and actually do that assembly or manufacturing here. Maybe I'll just quickly, before I talk about next steps, just talk about the hydrogen hub opportunity. So, and we, unfortunately, this was a little, oh, we've got it there, great, it's there. Okay, so Clean Hydrogen Industrial Hubs program, the Australian government's putting $464 million in to develop a number of hydrogen hubs around the country. Gladstone was identified as one of the most prospective hubs, and so each hub can receive up to $70 million for the rollout of projects. That does require proponents to put forward matching funding as well. So what we did, we worked with a number of other companies and government agencies and council as well to look at, as part of our Central Queensland Hydrogen Alliance, look at putting together a joint application. And so Stanwell was the lead applicant on that application, and the application itself had a number of different focus areas. So it was trying to look at fostering that domestic use of hydrogen, so looking at how we can create social acceptance of hydrogen and also learnings in a technical sense. And so there's a number of different projects proposed in that area. The work that Sumitomo's doing with Rio, for example, the work that AGIG's doing in terms of injection of gas into the local gas network. We think that's a very important project. We think that that is absolutely critical for really establishing that social acceptance. AGIG are a company that have had, are really the leaders in Australia when it comes to actually deploying hydrogen. They've deployed one of the first electrolyzers down in South Australia at Tonsley Park, and we know that they're very committed to really working with the community around establishing that social acceptance. So for us, these kind of projects are critical, even though they are much smaller scale than the one that we're doing. The export supply chain, so we're looking as part of that hub at what are the common user infrastructure we can put in place. So trying to learn some of the lessons from previous industries around trying to maximise that common user. So the areas that we're focused most on are the hydrogen pipeline. So I showed you on the map before the indicative route that goes through to Fisherman's Landing. There's a number of other projects that are looking to both supply hydrogen but also use hydrogen in that Yarwun area and out to Aldoga. So we're trying to look at how can we build that pipeline to a size where it can be shared by multiple different projects. Also water infrastructure, so the focus was water storages, so looking at those key areas, where can we establish common water storages that could be shared, and also the port facilities. So again, working with Gladstone Ports Corporation, trying to plan for those export facilities to be, in a sense, future-proof. So not just building for one project, but creating an expansion that can accommodate multiple projects. And finally, looking at the skilling pathways and research. So Central Queensland University was part of the application. Council was part of the application. So trying to establish that community acceptance and skilling pathways as well. So that application has gone in. We are hoping to hear back by, I think, March, but I think that we think Gladstone's in a really, really strong position, and we'd be very surprised if Gladstone doesn't get identified as a hub. I think it's an obvious one to be nominated, and I think that once that happens, the federal government does identify Gladstone as a hub, then it can create opportunities for more funding to flow into the region as well. So these are some of the applicants that were on in the application. So you can see we had some really strong support there from industry as well as from local and state governments. So it was a really, really good process. It was very, very rushed. We only had about 4, I think, or 6 weeks to put it together, but I think hopefully we put our best foot forward. So yeah, back to next steps. So I guess what we're looking at is a feasibility study at the moment underway. That's due to finish in March 2022. Then if that's, we've got a decision gate there about moving into the next phase of the project, which is our front-end engineering and design. That would commence and run through until the end of 2022, where we'd look to make a final investment decision. Once we pass through that gate, then it's about into the execution, so detailed design, construction and commissioning and startup, which is targeted for the end of 2026. So I guess the important thing to note here is that while certainly Stanwell has been leading the development of this project to date, we do have the 5 other partners, and increasingly they're getting more and more involved in the project, and so there'll be vehicles established to take this forward in the future. But as a local presence, I think Stanwell is very keen to continue leading and continue being at the forefront of this project. So we I guess acknowledge the work that Council is doing and the vision and strategy that you have around hydrogen as well. We know that you're involved in a number of these domestic opportunities, and we really appreciate the support you've provided to us so far, and yeah, look forward to working with you, and certainly keen to, for those strong communication channels to continue moving forward. So, thank you very much.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Churchill.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Jordana. That's impressive. I'm not sure whether my question is to you or to our economic development specialist, Gary Scanlon, who's here today, but we'll see where it takes us. And it's in brief, and you've made reference and best wishes to your submission, hopefully March 2022. But I was trying to get an understanding from your figures, and also the Australian government committed 460 million funding from the Australian government. Yep. And they identified, as you've listed in here, the 7 priority list. Gladstone's sitting in at 7th at the moment. I'm not sure whether that was just relevant or the way it was listed.
It was just the way it was listed.
Just the way it was listed?
Not a ordered priority. Yeah.
No, that's fine. Okay then. And just, I suppose my question is pertinent to the equity, or if there's a disparity in trying to understand that you have up to a maximum of 70 million. So if all 7 apply for it, of $70 million, that well and truly exceeds the budget for what the federal government is offering at this stage. But you did mention that the consortium has to have skin in the game as well.
Yes.
And I'm not necessarily asking whether it's dollar for dollar. Customarily, it tends to be. So my question is probably more pertinent, making sure how that budget or how we can ensure that we get our share in this region, first and foremost. And then the other part of it, I suppose, is that you've indicated that they are the priority prospective hub regions, and for us to have that absolute competitive advantage, because it seems to be, and some of us had, and it was great to hear your presentation at the GEA industry conference. But since that time, we've also picked up that Townsville's now showing interest in hydrogen, and Wyalla's now showing interest in hydrogen, and there may have been another one, as I pick up in the readings from GEA and also the media. So just trying to get an understanding, if there's 7 listed, how are we going to, or how's the consortium going to have an absolute competitive advantage to ensure that there's no queue hoppers or queue jumpers?
Yep, it's a very good question. I think you're right there. 464 doesn't go into 70 very neatly when you look at that list. So I suppose the most important thing for us was about putting forward the very best application we could and getting the most credible group of companies together. I think that what we've heard, and this isn't formal, is that there may be some flexibility around that 464 million in terms of the federal government if they see that there are that the total opportunity exceeds that. They do have funding that could top that up. I mean, looking at that list of 7, we think that Gladstone is extremely competitive. So I would say it would be in the top, definitely in the top 3 or 4 of those 7. The other thing you mentioned about the other hubs that are looking to join that list, the federal government also put out a $30 million funding round in parallel with that implementation round, and that was for people to develop studies around developing a hub. So maximum of $3 million per application. So that would be a good opportunity for some of those regions that are not quite as advanced as Gladstone to develop up their hub concept, to do some studies into it, and then maybe come back later. Because it was actually, the title of the round was Implementation Round 1, which implies that there will be another round. Yeah. So.
Councillor Goodluck.
Thanks, Mr. Mann. Thanks for the presentation. It's great for our community to get a little bit of insight as well for anyone who might be watching or might want to jump on and watch later on. And it's a really exciting opportunity for the Gladstone region, and I congratulate you on your work. But I just had a query with hydrogen being a new export market, new technology. From your understanding, and you may not know the answer, but the regulations around the gas and the safety and the handling of the materials, is that up to standard, or is there more, is that already established, I should say, or is there more work to do in that space from a regulatory perspective?
Yes, there is some more work that needs to be done around that, and so the Australian government, together with the states, put together a national hydrogen strategy, which was, I think, released in late 2019, and so there were a number of working groups established through that strategy to go away and do some of the work around the safety standards. And I think we're starting to see, as projects get deployed at smaller scale, but like the AGIG project in South Australia, that now those standards are being established and they're being tested through the rollout of those domestic projects. So we're confident that by the time we get to 2026, which is when our project starts, all of those things will be in place, and that it will be well established. It's actually surprising there aren't many. I'm not an expert in the field, but there aren't many gaps in that space, because a lot of the processes around handling of gases, obviously hydrogen's a different gas to methane, but a lot of the similar procedures apply as well. So it's not like it's a completely unknown area. Hydrogen's already produced and used in a number of industries as well, so it's not as though it's a totally new technology. What's newer is actually the production method, which is electrolysis. But that's less about a safety issue, and that's more about a technology difference. So yeah, so we think it's pretty well covered, and that certainly that's the other reason why we've got the partners that we've got, is because they've got that expertise in handling of those gases. And process safety is a general issue. Certainly Stanwell has some process safety experience through our power stations, but again, bringing in the partners that have got that extensive process safety experience in the gas area is important. So.
Councillor Branthwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, great presentation. Thank you very much, and congratulations on all the work you've done so far. Probably my question goes down towards the green side of things, with as far as producing enough power to run this project and its expansion. But alongside that, we've also got green ammonia coming on as well. What sort of plans are being put in place, or thoughts around generating that amount of electricity? Because obviously can't just come from solar. It's sun goes down, it goes out. You know, and I know you're going to run it off a big battery, but at the end of the day, how big's the battery going to be? And we've also got diurnal wind sites like Clark Creek up at Marlborough, but again, that's 150 multiplied by 4.5 megawatts of power each tower. So there's a heck of a lot of power that's needed to run that, plus the expansion and the added industries that's going to go on top of that.
Yep, and I think I don't have a simple answer for that, other than I think that I'd say that phase 1 and phase 2 of the project are going to have quite discrete energy supply strategies. So phase 1 of the project, the key thing for us is about maximising the utilisation of that electrolyser, so trying to run it as hard as we can, because it's a relatively expensive capital cost for that first phase, because the technology is still fairly new. And so we're looking to, that's why we want to connect it to the grid, as well as have that behind the meter connection and run it as hard as we can. So that'll mean that the electrolyser won't be used as flexibly. It'll be trying to run as hard as it can, just to maximise the use. So 1,000 megawatts of renewables, you're right, it's a lot, but it's something that can be accommodated. We've got projects out there that we can sign up. Phase 2 of the project is where we have to look at different options. And so one of the things that we're expecting is that the electrolyser costs will come down to the point where you don't have to run them 24/7. You actually can run them flexibly and run them harder in the solar hours and less overnight. And so in that situation, what we could do is look at having a very large solar farm, or a couple of large solar farms that would be connected in behind the meter, and run that electrolyser very hard in the middle of the day, and then tail it down overnight. So you're not looking for, no longer looking for an 80 or 90% utilisation. You might be down at 60 or 50%, and because those capital costs are lower, you can afford to not run it as hard. So it won't take away the challenge, but I think you move from thinking of it as a purely grid-connected project to maybe a behind-the-meter project. There may be an element of that will be decentralised, so you look to move it, some of the production out of the middle of Gladstone, and look to run it closer to where your renewable energy is found. And that, the solar game is really about having land and having the right solar irradiation, and then being able to locate the electrolyser next to it. So I think phase 2 concept
with a water supply. With
a water supply as well. That's right. That's the other key part of it. So I think that phase 2 is where we're really testing a number of those different concepts, because it's not, as I said, it's not easy, and there's not an easy solution out there.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Nice.
Thank you. Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Cameron.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, look, thank you for your presentation. It was very good, very exciting times for us here. With your feasibility studies and moving forward, have you got any plans in educating the community on the safety of hydrogen? Because there is a little bit of a ignorance, if you like, or misunderstanding about hydrogen. Hydrogen can be, by connection by word, can give you some startling things. So, because we've got that, here that we have a very, very small electrolyser plan for Gladstone, and there was a lot of concern from the community about that, which is a bit overwhelming to us. So is there a program that you intend to introduce to educate the community on the safety and the risk involved with hydrogen production?
Yes, yep, there is. So, I don't know, Joe, if you want to talk to that, or?
Sure. So it's a key focus for us as part of our feasibility study. We're developing some community education materials, and we're not doing that in isolation. We're doing that as part of the Australian Hydrogen Council, who are developing national community education resources. And we're also doing it in collaboration with our partners as part of the CQH2 Alliance, of which the Council's a member. We've recently established a stakeholder working group as part of the CQH2 Alliance, with a really key focus on developing some shared communication materials and community engagement materials that collectively, as the Central Queensland hydrogen industry, we can use and start to share. As part of our Hydrogen Hub funding submission, part of that is a community education and awareness section, which will include a shop front, so that we can have a drop-in centre where industry across the region will be participating in that, but also be able to be a bit of an information hub that we can help support and dispel some of those misconceptions around or concerns around hydrogen and hydrogen safety. Your local player that you mentioned, that there's been some issues as part of that as well. So we're, as various members of stakeholders in that working group, we're actually being really open and sharing our communication learnings. We're sharing some feedback that we've received through our community education and engagement processes, so that we're all on the same page.
Further questions, councillors? No? Councillor Trevor.
Thank you for the presentation. You've indicated in the presentation that at the moment this project is commercially unviable. What are the triggers that will make it commercially viable?
Yeah, so I guess phase one of our project is almost akin to a demonstration project. It's just a very, very large demonstration project. And so in order to make that work, we will be relying on both the Japanese and Australian governments to make that work. The Japanese government has established a Green Innovation Fund, which is a 25 billion Australian dollar fund, which is designed to really push them towards those decarbonisation targets. And within that $25 billion fund, there are specific sub-funds which target different supply chain or different technologies. And so one of those funds is targeting liquefied hydrogen supply chain. And so what they're looking at is that initially, the initial project they support will be heavily funded around that part of the supply chain. So that will actually take care of a lot of the issue. And then we've also got, on our side, on the production side, we've got the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, which has set hydrogen export as one of their key priority areas. And they've got, I think it's $1.4 or $1.6 billion available to support projects like this. So we will be relying on some government support for phase one, but the idea is that phase two then needs to become fully commercial based on the declining cost curve in those production technologies. So we're very much at the forefront. We're very much in that kind of demonstration phase. But I think that's why our partners have selected us and selected this region, because we're a trusted partner to actually be able to move forward this frontier. So.
Is it the technology that's that at the moment is making it commercially unviable, or is it economic factors? Is it investment? And I don't want to get into commercial and confidence issues.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
As I say, what are the triggers that make this project actually happen, rather than just talking about it? At the moment, looks fantastic, but what's going to effectively make this happen? Is it a combination of economics? Is it a combination of the supply chain? Is it a combination of technology? With the LNG industry, when they were announced, we already had the scientific basis upon which we could build the plants. At the moment, this plant seems to be being talked about being built, but we don't have the scientific prowess to actually proceed with it. So whereas conversely with LNG, when the announcement was made, we knew that it would happen because the science was already established. At the moment, it appears to me that the economics won't allow for this project to happen unless we get the science right.
Yeah, so I think in terms of, they talk about technology readiness and commercial readiness, and I think electrolysers are quite high in their technology readiness, so they've been around for a long time. There's two major technologies, there's alkaline and proton exchange membrane technologies. Both of them have been extensively deployed and tested, so technically or technologically they're quite mature. The issue is about commercial readiness, which is what you're going to. So I think the biggest barriers at the moment and where that's changing is it's the scale of manufacturing. So at the moment, electrolysers are being done in small scale and they're being produced through fairly bespoke arrangements. And so what we need to see is the scaling up of that manufacturing capability into the tens and hundreds of megawatts. That's what will drive the cost reduction in the electrolysers. And we're already starting to see projects being announced in the 10 megawatt scale, so in Australia, and then in Europe we're looking at 100, 200 megawatt scale projects coming online in 2022, 2023. So that the equipment manufacturers now are gearing up their production facilities. There's a number of what they call gigafactories, which is basically large-scale electrolyser factories being set up in Europe, and then there's the FFI announcement here. So they're all going to come online, and I think that will drive a lot of the reduction in the electrolyser costs. The energy cost is the other important part of it, and that's where we're working with the best project developers. We're looking for the best possible projects to really get that cost of energy down as low as we can. And then as an energy business, we look at optimising the mix of wind and solar. But we recognise, there's only a few years till 2026, so the energy costs will still be where they are. But again, by 2031, people talk about very cheap solar, which basically means $15 a megawatt hour, which is probably half of what it is now. So, that cost curve for solar has to come down significantly by 2031 to make the project work. Then on the Japanese side, you've got the liquefaction and shipping technology, and that will really be underpinned by this Green Innovation Fund by the Japanese government. They've selected these companies and they've said, we want you to actually scale up this technology and we will help fund you and support you to do that. So that will be the enabler there. So I think they're probably the key parts of the puzzle that have to come together to make this work. But as I said, phase one definitely requires that government support to help fill that gap. But that was often the case. That was the case when we had large-scale solar initially needed that support. A number of technologies have had that initial phase where they have needed a bit of government support, but then are able to stand on their own feet. So that's where we're heading.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, no further questions, councillors. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Joe. And we'll move on with the rest of the meeting. But thank you, that was really fantastic.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us.
Excuse me, Mayor. You need to move to receive the deputation.
Thank you. We'll move for the receipt of the deputation. Thank you, Councillor Branthwaite and Councillor Cameron. I'll put the motion all in favour. That's carried. Thank you, Councillor O'Grady. Okay. Not yet. No, that's not till 11. You're good.
Mayor Matt, before you move on, Councillor O'Grady, Councillor...
They've gone to the bathroom?
Gone to the bathroom.
Yeah. Can I move to the officers' reports?
Well, I actually wanted to, I don't know whether it's a point of order or whether it's a procedural aspect, but I wanted to ask you one pertinent question in relation to you tabling this document today. We acknowledge that your leadership during this process, but you didn't indicate what you were actually going to do with it. And it's pleasing to know that you've tabled it, hundreds of emails and letters, but I think it would be very pertinent for us to have an understanding, not only just tabling it here today, but what appropriate action do you propose or plan to take on our behalf?
Well, as you know, the COVID-19 measures that are being introduced by the Queensland Government are a Queensland Government decision, so I'll make sure that the Queensland Government are aware of that. I'll deliver it personally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Churchill. Okay, the next item on the agenda is G4.1, Request for Rebate Scheme Consideration to Development Application 28-2020, which is a material change of use for a retirement facility, 201 dwellings, 5 stages, and Okalupo circuit in Agnes. Over to you, Rob and Helen. Thank you. And Councillor Trevor has a conflict in this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors.
Morning, Rob. Morning, Helen.
28-2020.
Councillor Trevor's got a conflict.
I think Councillor Churchill just said good morning, Helen.
I did.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Development application 20-2020 to construct a retirement facility at Okalupo Circuit, Agnes Water, was lodged with council on the 9th of September 2020 and confirmed on the 6th of October 2021. As part of the decision notice, an infrastructure charge notice was issued to the value of $4.7 million, with the notice being staged and payable on completion of each dwelling. The applicant lodged a request to be considered under Council's rebate scheme on the 14th of September 2021. The development could meet the eligible criteria under the infrastructure charge rebate scheme, and as per the policy, the value would be capped at $500,000. However, the applicant is seeking further rebate consideration outside of the policy to an approximate value of $1.5 million. And I have Helen Robinson, our Manager for Development Services, here to assist in answering any more development or planning matters. So, hand it over to questions.
I'm sure there'll be lots of questions. But, so we've already given our $500,000 rebate. No.
No, they haven't yet applied for that.
But that's what they're entitled to.
For.
That,
yep.
Okay.
That's what they're entitled to on application.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So instead of applying for what they're eligible for, they're asking for more. Yes. I get that. Okay, thank you. Questions, councillors? Muscat.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions, and well, it is so what obviously they're trying to get us to apply the same rebate or the same system we applied a few months ago to another application. Now, what I haven't seen in your report, or maybe I missed it anyway, it was the fact that they're also asking for an extension in time. Is that correct? So because they also, on top of asking to be, so from going from $20,000 to 13 and to 20, from 28 to 15 on the units, they're also asking an extension on no, that's only if they apply for the rebate, or?
Under the rebate, there is provision, there's restrictions, if you like, on the stages. Certain things have to be complete. So under their current project, they're looking to have that extended out as part of that. So all indications to us since the time of application, however, is that there's been very good take-up of this development proposal, and it's likely that those stages will progress quicker than what they think in any case. So the inclusion of an infrastructure agreement allows us to negotiate those terms as part of that infrastructure agreement outside of the current policy provision.
Yeah, okay. So it is obviously something that I think we never thought of when we even had the rebate policy in place, since, well, I've also noted that we have only $200,000 budgeted. So this is just far more than anything we would have budgeted for as a rebate or a discount. So I guess if, say, for example, we were to accept the reduction and then go from, my thing is not turning up, I'm only reading from my notes, sorry, but so they actually seeking a reduction of probably, I don't know, it's over $2 million or something like that on the actual 4.3, which is the real cost that we have as per our infrastructure charges schedule of fees. So here, so the real, their bill pretty much is 4.3, and they're proposing to pay 2.69 or something along those lines. 4.7. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know why it's not going up. So.
All right, Councillor Muscat, is your IT not working?
Oh,
I
yeah,
can fix
no,
that.
but that's okay.
Well, it's not okay. If it's not, we'll fix it for you.
Yeah. Sorry. I can just grab my iPad. I'll have it in my iPad as well. Okay, so.
Do you want me to go to another councillor while you find your thoughts and come back?
No. So, yeah, this is sort of, it's pretty big. And this is, again, I remember at the meeting when we discussed the other discount that we applied to another development, it wasn't nowhere near as much as this is. So, well, to me, it's just a lot of money to discount from infrastructure charges for such a humongous development. Now, this comes up again, and I think it came up last time, and the difference between, I guess, the occupational code versus the number of bedrooms in which we assess infrastructure charges. So at the moment, well, I'm not really looking at considering such a significant discount. However, there is something that we need to look into it, which is the way in which we assess this. I mean, is it still current for us, and is it still right for us to to go by number of bedrooms instead of the occupation rate expected in some of those buildings, units, houses.
The local government infrastructure plan sets the charging rate that's applied under the policy. So the council rate is listed in the report there for both 2 and 3 bedroom units. In the detail of option 2 that's been provided to council, council has previously considered a methodology that allowed a reduced rate for those bedroom charges. So in option 2, if council were to apply the same methodology that was applied to a previous decision made by council, then that would be the new charge applied to that rate. The actual charge of the infrastructure is the correct charge. So the correct charge has been applied and the infrastructure charge notice indicates that, and that is reported on as part of our legislative requirements. It is completely up to council to determine how they want to apply any reduction. We have the policy in place that enables certain criteria to be met and a discount applied. But in this instance, they've sought an additional consideration consistent with the previous decision made by council.
Yeah, that was something that was raised at the time, and that's why I voted against that. So, okay, again, at this stage, I don't even think we have a budget of $500,000 to apply to this development. Okay, well, we'll probably find it, but at the end of the day, when it comes to rebates, we have never experienced this situation in which we were thinking that we were going to actually have that much in rebate. So anyway, I'll look forward to see what else people think, but I just find that I think the development is fine, it's great, it meets all the criteria, and we have things in place that this council is putting to encourage this type of developments, up to $500,000 of rebates to go to this developer, which is a commercial opportunity. So this is no different from anyone else doing business. So, and I do not think that ratepayers should be paying for their business dealing, well, their needs in a way. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to other councillors, Helen, do you have the date of the Flinders development application, when that was approved by any chance?
The request for the infrastructure charge rebate decision was June 2020.
Thank you. Councillors, further questions, please? Councillor Churchill.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Matt. I believe that this project is extremely exciting, not only for the Agnes Water Discovery Coast, but the Gladstone region and central Queensland. And I'd like to think that we could actually, in fact, go the other way and see whether we can do more. But I've got a couple of questions to start with. Is that we've already indicated the $500,000 rebate. My question is, and I know that our economic development specialist is not here in the gallery now, but my question is relevant to the aged care aspect. If we're doing a comparative here, or the applicants are doing a comparative in relation to the other approval that was granted, which was for aged care. So my first question is, this is a retirement facility. Is there an aged care or a strong aged care component in this project?
No, there isn't.
No aged care at all? Okay then. Which obviously leads to, the other project was aged care, high care, tri-care.
It was a combination.
And that is our number one priority for this region in our Gladstone region economic development strategy. You're indicating to me that there's no aged care component. My next question is that to try and get an understanding in a determination, and you've given 2 options here today. My preference is option 2, but determining how we get to that option 2. And my colleagues around the table may very well have differing opinions, understandably, but can I just, and this is a rates question, so perhaps through to our acting CEO, is that in trying to understand getting a return on our ratepayers' investment in this project, which because that's effectively what it is, in trying to understand what that return on the investment would be, are the rates relevant to all the allotments individually, or is it part of a corporate, what's the word? Or is it for the entire one parcel of land in relation to return of rates?
It's not a subdivision. It's not a subdivision application. So it's one lot and it has a number of dwellings on the one lot. So it's not a subdivision application.
Okay, then, and is there any indication as to what the guesstimate or estimate would be in relation to the rates for that parcel of land?
Look, it would depend on the actual land use at the moment. We don't have a category that would neatly fit that, would fit our multi-unit category, probably the most closest at the moment, but also would depend on the actual valuation at the time. So it depends on those factors. Probably haven't done that calculation at the moment, Councillor.
Okay, then, all right. I'll, if you don't mind, I might just hold on a couple of others and hear what others have to say. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Brentwaite. And I've emailed, then Councillor Cameron, I've emailed the Flinders decision to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. What, I suppose, an infrastructure charge should be labelled as a contribution to the expansion of the facilities that are in the utilities, and that the likes of this does put a lot of pressure on the existing utilities, and obviously down the track there needs to be expansion, and that's what this money is used for. Is this going to, with this, the size of this being so big, does it have a major impact on the likes of the water supply and the sewage supply, or does it trigger beefed up things there from there on?
The application considered what impacts it had on the existing networks, and some relevant conditions were applied. But those considerations form part of the planning decision in the first instance.
Right.
So a decision about varying a charge really comes down to the LGIP stating that for the ultimate network in this location to work, the types of uses that are developed under that network should be charged at this rate. And that's the rate that the infrastructure charge is calculated on. So it's based on the type of development most likely to occur within the zones within that catchment.
Yeah, right, okay. Because
just clarify, the LGIP rate is different to our actual cost. So our actual cost of provision of the infrastructure is actually, in this case, far greater than what we can recover through the LGIP. So the LGIP, in this case, just sets the maximum. So, and also, this would also include the recovery of costs associated with the building of those major trunk infrastructure that we put in place in Agnes over the last couple of years, including, and not limited to, the desalination plant, the new sewage treatment plant and the like.
Yeah, this is, it certainly does impact when you build something along this size too. You know, like it's no doubt it's a great facility. It's going to be wonderful for the community itself. And saying that, a lot of these costs are amortised across various, sales and so forth. So, I thank you for clarifying that for me. It's interesting.
Further questions, councillors? Councillor O'Grady? And Councillor Cameron was first, then Councillor O'Grady.
Thanks, Matt. I don't know whether you can answer this question. The developer's appetite to proceed, what would you estimate?
We have an operational works application on the books at the moment, which is generally a good trigger of confidence in the development proceeding.
Okay, I guess the reason I ask that is that I'm looking at option 2 based on the fact that our region is looking down the barrels of a serious housing shortage and basically getting toward a crisis. And I think, allowing this type of development to proceed could, help ease that. The only concern I would have is that in doing so, and if that's, we offer that and he gets that rebate, it makes that subdivision or that whole project quite saleable, doesn't it? on the market. That's the reason I asked, you know, I don't know how close the relationship is if you've got with your developer through meetings and everything else. I'd just like to know how genuinely serious this developer is in proceeding.
This developer is fairly established in Agnes Water, and they've taken on board a number of other development application sites, so we're dealing with them on a number of fronts. That being said, I'm yet to witness a reduction in price of a product based on a reduced infrastructure charge.
If you wanted to sell the subdivision, it would be attractive to have that rebate in place, because that would pass on sale.
The developer pays the charge.
Yeah.
Councillor O'Grady, then Councillor Goodluck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was just wondering, there's an attachment, this is a fantastic project, attachment which is a letter dated 13th of April 2021. Can you just elaborate a little bit for me? It says a notice of decision as an administrative error occurred at the general meeting.
Yeah, sorry, we might have to take that on notice and get back. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Goodluck.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. They're always difficult balance to strike for us as council with infrastructure charges, because on one hand we have to acknowledge that this is a legitimate charge, it is a legitimate cost that someone has to pay, and if the developer doesn't pay the cost at the time of development, any incentives that we provide or rebates have to be covered by ratepayers, and that's through the local government infrastructure plan. We've identified that these are the costs we will face to upgrade the infrastructure to supply that demand. I'm trying to remember back to the decision with the Flinders Village, and from memory it went around and around and around and back and forth, and we were trying to reach a position with that particular development where we wanted to provide that little bit extra support, and for the reasons that we've mentioned here today around retirement living and aged care, and that's something that we're trying to attract to our region. But there was still a cap, so I acknowledge in this particular case, that they're asking us to use the same methodology, but it's not the same impact, and it's certainly not the same dollar value. We're talking about a $1.9 million request here, which I think I'm not willing to subject ratepayers to that level of cost. I understand though why they've made that request, so that's fair enough. But I have to go back to our policy. The reason we put 2 years on it is because this is an incentive scheme where we're trying to incentivise this type of development. When you are eligible and you get a rebate from council on the infrastructure charges, that it's an incentive to move forward and get the development done so that our community can realise the benefits of those projects sooner rather than later. That's why there's a timeline in the policy, and there's also a cap in the policy because we can't just have it open slather. If we look at percentages, this is a classic example where the percentage on Flinders Village was 700,000. The same percentage on this project is 1.9 million. There's a very big difference to the impact on the ratepayer pocket. So I'd be more in favour of option one in this circumstance. Perhaps if councillors were interested, in the interest of fairness, we could match the outcome for the Flinders Village project, and I think we're going to be looking at this policy in the near future around assessing how effective it's been and whether or not we need to change things. But I certainly wouldn't be considering a $1.9 million concession.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Councillor Muscat.
Yes, thank you. I was, again, just listening to what a few of us had to say. There's obviously, thank you for making that note in relation, actually to Mark, in relation to the fact that we have limits in the charges that we can apply, and those limits do not actually reflect the cost, the real cost to council and ratepayers. I guess the return on investment, this is just rates that people are going to pay. So rates pay for services that people receive. There's no gaining. I think there's no profit, or it's just, well, we pay for services we receive. So, and in fact, we actually don't even cover the services with the rates we receive. So now, in relation to the cost to the developer, I understand. I mean, I'm not a developer, and I don't really have any family members that are either. But I understand that that's what happens when you do these things. So you have a charge, then you account for your cost, for your building, for your staff, for anything else, and your infrastructure charges, and then you come up with a cost for each of those units, and then you put it in the market. And then you also account for the profit that you're going to make. So reducing the cost of infrastructure charges does not necessarily mean, in fact, it doesn't mean at all that these units will be any cheaper or they will be any better to the community or to those potential buyers. So what it means is that the developer will potentially make more money. Or I don't see any proposal of building any extra infrastructure with the savings that they will receive if we give them, the 30-something% they want discount on the total of the infrastructure charges. So we have, as a council, accommodate for and support. We support the establishment of these type of facilities. That's why we have a rebate policy, which is capped at $500,000, which is very generous. And in this case, we're going to go over what we have budgeted. So the only thing I would just wanted to check was that so they obviously have a 2 or 4 year in limit to if they were to apply for the rebate, the 500,000.
The payment of the infrastructure charge is relevant on the completion of the commencement of the use. So in this case, it would be the number of dwellings in a stage. So that would be when the payment becomes due. So there's 2 different issues at play. The first is there's a currency period for the overall development,
yep.
and that's a 6-year currency period.
Mm.
And then there's also, into the infrastructure agreement, we can negotiate the terms around that timing so that we're not providing 100% of the rebate without the actual development being delivered. So there's a nexus between delivery of the development and getting the reduction in the charge. And that will form the details of an infrastructure agreement.
Yeah. So at the moment, because of the size of this development and the staging of this, like a lot of stages in here, would it be a consider? I don't know. I'll put it out there. We might be able to extend it for a couple more years or something like that, or.
The infrastructure agreement will take precedence. So if council were to review the policy, that infrastructure agreement stays in place for the life of the development until someone doesn't meet those requirements.
Okay, I see. Okay, great. So, yeah, I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation, but again, I don't know if there's any more.
I'm happy to take that move. I have got Councillor Hanson would like a...
refused the applicant's request, yeah.
I'll go to Councillor Hanson in a second, but I have a mover for that motion. Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded in Councillor Goodluck. Now I'll go to Councillor Hanson. Thank you, Councillor Hanson.
There is no officer's recommendation, I don't think. There's 2 options.
There's options, but there is an officer's recommendation.
Yeah, okay. Right at the top, yep.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in what the end results, or what the end product is on this outcome, and it's my thinking it's just independent living, without any healthcare or TRICARE facilities. And I think there's a difference there to the support that we gave Flinders Village, them being a true TRICARE facility. And I think that's what we're looking for as well in the region. So I'd be in agreement with Councillor Goodluck and support option 1, where we can use the infrastructure charge cap of $500,000 only.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Any further comments or questions, please? Okay, I do. So in relations to Flinders, I see the, so they were charged, is it 13,000 and 15,000 for 2 and 3 bedroom?
Correct.
And the actual charge is 20,000 and 28?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Just making sure I understand. And the difference between the two is they'll both attract, well, similarities are they'll both attract seniors retirement village, but Flinders has that aged care component.
Correct.
Okay, so there is a difference in the two.
That rate that you said, 28,000, is our rate, isn't it? It's not actually what we need to get for each unit.
Yeah, that's the cap. Yeah. Councillor Goodluck.
And just to the point, the cost of infrastructure to the locality of Agnes Water would be substantially more than the cost of infrastructure to the Flinders Village locality. And that's something that's a reality for us. While we don't necessarily articulate that in these policies, it is a reality. And it'll be a reality for our ratepayers as well.
Okay, thank you. Any further? Councillor Churchill.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Matt. Can I just go back to my question there before, and I know it's difficult to be able to answer it, but I would like to get at least some sort of reasonable understanding on what, and when I mention return on investment, I don't actually just mean back to this council, I mean this is a return on investment to the community, the community organisations, the local businesses, and the list goes on, but could we at least, could I at least, before we put it to the vote, Mayor Matt, at least have some understanding in my own mind as to what the rate, and we pay for services, but services aside, we have a land tax as well, which is a rate on land. I'd just like to get some indication as to what that would be when it's developed and it's continued to be developed. And I understand that it'll increase over a period of time, but I'd like to just have at least a fairly good estimate. Is it possible to provide that?
Council, it's totally dependent on the valuation of the property, and I don't have that valuation at this moment. I can certainly attain that for you, but I don't have it at this time.
Councillor Goodluck.
I just also, when we brought this infrastructure rebate scheme in, it must have been 4 years ago, I think. It was a time when, you know, there was a low activity in the economy regionally. It was an incentive scheme brought in to try and attract specific type of development and provide incentives. And I just note that even between now and 2020, when we considered the Flinders Village proposal, we're in a very different environment as far as the local markets. My understanding, talking to members of the community, real estate agents, the property market is much stronger now than it was. The potential for development of these projects is much stronger than it was, and particularly in Agnes Water, where, you know, I talk to people all the time where Agnes Water is just thriving, sales are high, you know, so it's a very different environment as we sit here today, considering this proposal, than it was when we brought this incentive scheme in, and even in 2020 when we considered the Flinders Village proposal. And at the end of the day, I believe that this policy is around trying to provide a certain level of support from ratepayers to attract these types of projects and developments that are needed within our community when it's necessary. And that's what I think the policy does fairly reasonably. And I'll just say lastly that, just to clarify, should the officer's recommendation be supported here today, this proponent can still apply for the $500,000 of support from ratepayers to bring this development forward, which is a needed project for our community.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Branthwaite? Fine. No further comments or questions, councillors? The motion is moved by Councillor Muscat, seconded by Councillor Goodluck. The officer's recommendation be accepted. All in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is G4.2, which is the Gladstone Airport Corporation Board of Directors, and I'll hand over to our Acting CEO, Mark Holmes, and Acting General Manager of Finance, Governance and Risk, Brooke Saunders. Where's Brooke?
Just going to wait for Councillor Trevor.
And we'll wait for Councillor Trevor to come back in the room. Thank you, Councillor Trevor. We're just moving on to G4.2, which is the Gladstone Airport Corporation Board of Directors.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. This item today is presented to you for consideration of your board director appointments on the Gladstone Airport Corporation. We have 3 board directors who are due for renewal or not on the 1st of July next year. They expire on the 30th of June 2022. This paper is being brought to you now at an early stage for consideration, because if you do determine not to renew any of the existing members, it will allow us sufficient time to undertake a recruitment process to replace them. The report outlines a number of options, with the recommendation being based on the chairperson of the Airport Corporation's recommendation to Council to replace 2 current members and not renew 1 and seek a new appointment, but open for your comments or questions.
Thank you. Councillor Churchill, question?
No, no question. No, I'm happy to move the recommendation, officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Seconded, Councillor Cameron. Is there questions, councillors? Question, Councillor Muscat.
Thank you. This is, I'm actually very uncomfortable with the process that we follow in relation to not necessarily appointing. I'm sure we go through a process of recruitment, but I haven't seen anything that shows me, apart from some presentations, but which is fine. And this is not in no way me saying that I have an issue with the way they do their role. It's just that we don't have any formal way of evaluation of the board, and I'm fine that I find that as a lack of some. It's not necessarily process, but it doesn't give me the certainty that we have the best board that we can have. And I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying that I need to have some sort of evaluation or process that is done at least by some independent person or body or something. I'm not trying to put more red tape on it. I'm just trying to have more information to be confident that we having the best people in the boards that we have, which is only this one in this case. So I had a look at a couple of documents from the Australian Institute of Company Directors. They talk about board performance and board evaluation. I also looked at things, there's a Deloitte board evaluation document, which, you know, it does talk about the complexities of assessing boards and whether it's the best thing or not the right thing to do, but it does still seem to me that they all agree that there has to be some sort of process in which we are able to understand the performance of those boards before we reappoint people. And at this stage, the only thing that we have is just a letter saying that we recommend someone to be reappointed. And and I don't have any more information in there. So I'm finding this a bit uncomfortable. So.
I can answer a bit of that then. Councillor Goodluck has a comment. We obviously have the deputations to council from the Airport Corporation, and you can see from the day-to-day operations of how they're performing. There was a stringent and long process in selection of our board members, and the recommendation is to renew one of them, and there'll be a very long process involved in recruiting a new board member. I'm personally happy with their performance considering what they've managed for us during COVID. And I think it's appropriate, although Dr. Bowes is certainly very experienced. He's been on the board for many years, and it's time for renewal. And I think renewal begins there and can continue. But I wouldn't recommend changing 3 board members at the same time, especially not the chairman.
I'm not recommending to change them. I'm just wanting some sort of system that evaluates the board's performance so we all have more, I guess, confidence. It's not like we don't have the confidence, but it's not necessarily, this isn't personal. This will apply to anyone. So in which we have board positions that attract a salary as well, or a payment, a reimbursement, or whatever we want to call it, and that does govern one of our the only corporation that we have. And yes, I'm not saying I'm not happy about the way the airport has been managed. That's not what I'm saying. There has been a number of things in the past year or so that have brought a lot of concerns anyway too. So, and I just want that certainty that we have the best people in there, for not just for me, but for themselves as well. It's the trust of the community in those board members and in that board that we have the best we can have.
Sorry, I got Councillor Goodluck who has a comment. Can I go to him and then come back to you?
Yeah. Just I moved the motion, that was all.
I don't want to put the motion until we've had the debate. Councillor Goodluck.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate Councillor Muscat's perspective. I think we have had a number of mechanisms where we evaluate the performance of the board. We do that through presentations and the deputations from the board. I think that's on a quarterly basis. We do that through statement of corporate intent, a number of different mechanisms. And personally, I'm happy with the performance of the board, and I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation today. But I'm also equally happy to look at if we, decide that we want to make some additional mechanisms at some point in time where that can help us evaluate performance of the board and make that easier and better and more transparent for our community. I think that's a decision that we probably need to make at a later date. But for today, I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Can I go to the Acting CEO, then Councillor Churchill?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's probably 2 points with this, and I think we can bring it back. So this is actually about just a decision to start a process, and I think we would be coming back to councillors with how we plan to address that recruitment process and take you through that. Certainly with respect to assessing the performance of the board as a collective and as a group of individuals, that's a separate process. And would propose that potentially at that same point in time, or maybe at a subsequent meeting, we take a separate action on that item to bring back a performance appraisal system with respect to the board.
Sorry.
Can I, Councillor Churchill's next, and then we'll.
No, thanks, Mayor Matt. As a mover of the motion, appropriately, I just speak to the motion, is that the 2 reappointments as we have before us here with the officer's recommendation have been through a fairly protracted recruitment process. And so those 2 people, there's been nothing before me, and I don't believe that there's been anything before this council that would indicate to us otherwise that they're not doing a fine job as board directors. And I think the point 3 is commencing the recruitment for a new board director appropriately. That can be part of a review, as the acting CEO has just indicated. But today we're talking about the reappointment and obviously a new director coming onto that board. That's what we're talking about here as an agenda item today. And the officers providing us with a recommendation, I'm absolutely certain that if our executive leadership team or our CEO had any issue with any of the aspects of the 2 particular directors, then that matter would have been brought before us at a much earlier stage, or it may have very well been in the report. And my final point is that if we're actually talking about the board themselves collectively, which we're not today, then that's a matter for another discussion, whether it's the whole board or whether it's the future operations in relation to the governance, the good governance, current good governance, and the decision-making of the board. So from my perspective, and I am a long-time member of the Australian Institute of Company Directors and a fellow of the Institute of Managers and Leaders, and I say the pertinent point in this particular circumstance is that if you've got good board directors who are making good governance decisions and managing the affairs of any board, in this particular point, the Airport Corporation owned by our residents and ratepayers, you won't want to lose those people.
Councillor Hanson, then Councillor Muscat. And
no, I was just going to give a little praise to the person that may be outgoing if this decision goes ahead, Brad Bowes. He's been one of the most comprehensive members of the board that I've dealt with in my time there, and his knowledge will be sadly lost, but comes to a term when you've done a tenure for 9 years on a board, it's probably time to roll it over. Same as I did with Eric, which I didn't like, but anyhow, it should happen. We should have some rotation. But as far as the director is concerned, Bradley Bowes was exemplary.
Absolutely. And I totally agree with you, and I'll second that, Councillor Hanson. For my short time that I was on the board, Dr. Brad Bowes did contribute quite substantially from his experience. Can I just...
it's Councillor Muscat's turn.
Could I just, for Councillor Muscat's sake, in this circumstance, in understanding where Councillor Muscat is coming from, we understand that, then perhaps that it could be part of that review for the future, or perhaps we should be considering the timelines for requirement in relation to turnover of board directors on the Airport Corporation.
Thank you. Councillor Muscat had a further question.
I just wanted to say again that I don't have a problem with their performance. It's about the way I find that a letter saying I recommend that we reappoint this person and I continue in my role is sometimes, well, it's not necessarily enough in my view. So this is an important role that is also remunerated, and I know they have gone through a really stringent process of recruitment, which is great, but as anyone, as ourselves, as when we get re-elected, and as staff members, when they get their contracts extended, their performance review, this isn't about us doubting their abilities. It's about having the best outcomes, which can also be good for them, as performance reviews or board reviews are for the boards and the individuals. So we can also provide extra assistance, or we can provide whatever skills that they might identify that they don't have enough of, etc., etc. This isn't it's not a vote of no confidence in anybody. It's just about that transparency of the people that govern our airport.
But
Councillor Hanson.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
But to get that level of assessment on a board that you're requiring, you would have to sit on the board. The only way that you can see that a person on a board is performing is to be on the board. So it's usually a self-assessment process that you go through. The assessment that we've given outside of that, council looking into reporting and all that sort of thing, is all we can go on at the moment, I believe. And the self-assessment should be encouraged as well for the board.
Yeah, or whatever process, whatever best practice in these cases will be fine. It's just something that, and some of the documents I've been reading, they do talk about self-assessment and assessment of each other, and assessment not just each other but the board itself. So to see what other skills they need, or they have too much of, or etc. etc.
Okay, Councillor Goodluck.
The way that we assess the performance of the board is through the outcomes that they deliver and the way that the corporation operates. And we do that on a quarterly basis through their deputations and presentations. I've seen the board do some really great things over the past couple of years, particularly given the COVID impacts. My understanding is they've managed to come through that with significant loss of income, as we can expect, because the reduced passenger numbers without losing any staff. We've seen stakeholder engagement improve considerably, particularly compared to what it was 5 or 6 years ago. There's been a large number of things that I like, and we can always do things that are better. And I just want to say, I believe it was myself, Mr. Mayor, who requested last time we considered the appointment of the directors some advice from the chair around what their recommendations would be. So I wouldn't like to think that the chair would be criticised for that, as that came, I believe it was a request directly from me, and I thought at the time it must have been supported by council. And it wasn't so that I can have the chair tell me what to do, it was so that I know what the chair's views are around the board, and I can take that into consideration when making my decision. So I just put, that was a request from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Churchill, anyone from the other side of the table? Yes, Brooke, and then Councillor Churchill.
So, councillors, just listening to the conversation in relation to our board evaluation process, can I suggest that we can take this on notice, have some discussions with that board as to how we can incorporate a self-assessment process into their makeup, and we develop that through the statement of corporate intent, which comes to this table for a decision every year. So we can spend that time over the next few months developing that and working with the board on what that may look like, draft that into the statement of corporate intent that will come to you for a decision next year.
Yeah, we do already have a level of self-assessment. So
yeah, so we can document some of that though for your comfort in the statement of corporate intent.
In the process as
yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brooke. I had that written down. That's exactly how we should manage it. Councillor Churchill, do you have further to add before I put the motion you moved?
Yeah, no, totally agree. And having spent a short period of time on that board, I think we need to respect that we make an appointment of Councillor Hanson to that board, and I believe that he's our representative, that we respect his opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Churchill. I have a mover in Councillor Churchill, I believe, or seconded Councillor Goodluck. Thank you. I think no further comments or questions. We'll put the motion up. Sorry, Councillor Trevor.
Mayor,
it
would be remiss of me not to add that the great irony of this is that we wouldn't be debating this issue today if the council had agreed with me to sell the airport in 2016.
Thank you, Councillor Trevor. We didn't agree with you then.
I wasn't there.
I'm going to put the... Sorry, Brooke, yes?
Sorry, can I just confirm we had the seconder as Councillor Cameron?
Thank you. I thought it was Councillor Cameron. Thank you.
I think there's another part about the fifth. There is a question of changing the number from 6 to 5. Is that something we need to address, or is it included?
If we adopt the recommendation,
okay,
that's
great.
not included.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Move Councillor Churchill, seconded Councillor Cameron. Put the motion. All in favour. It's carried. Thank you, councillors. All right, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. We do have a deputation coming up shortly. Sorry? No, you could... No.
There is morning tea at 10:30 if you wish.
They can do one more. G, 4.3, review of Transport Environment Advisory Group, terms of reference. Thank you, Brooke. And then you can break for morning tea, councillors. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor. This report today is just to present to you a proposed revision to the Transport Environment Advisory Group terms of reference. This recommendation has been recommended by the group. In considering the review, the intent is to streamline the document and improve our timeliness in decision making by removing the major and minor components of the terms of reference where it was requiring anything over $30,000 in value to have to come to the boardroom for a decision. That's outside of our current operating processes and decision-making rights in the business, so we're trying to streamline that. Attached to the report is the proposed new terms of reference that we're asking for your consideration today, but there is also a track changes version for clarity as well, but open to any comments or questions. And our General Manager of Strategic Asset Performance, Mark Francis, is here, who currently chairs this group, for if there's any particular questions as well.
Questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Moscow.
The only thing I wanted was maybe just a little commentary from those of us that are in that group, but if they have any comments. But.
What's Councillor Gray?
Yeah, it was already agreed by us at a previous meeting on these recommendations. You know, over the time, TAC, or TAG as it is now, has lost a little bit of power over what it had before, and it's continuing to lose that power. So I guess you've got to talk about continuing the relevance of, and I think the relevance is still there, but if we, we have agreed on this previously.
Councillor Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, a lot of I'm only a newbie on the block, I suppose, so I haven't been through the process like the Mayor has in previous years, and Councillor Hanson. And I do feel sometimes it is just churning the wheels, and we don't get any outcomes, and it's a lot of fact-finding. You know, they go out and monitor a road or whatever else. So, also, the thing that does concern me, back in the day, apparently, a councillor did chair this particular group. I was just wondering, why did we go away from that, a councillor chairing that group?
I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that. My memory goes back as far as it always being chaired by a director of the business. So
my memory goes back a little bit longer than that.
So does mine.
Yeah, I was the chairman for the group for many years, and I'll thank you, Councillor O'Grady. I think the general manager of strategic asset performance is doing a fantastic job, but I think in the terms of reference, it should include that the chair should be an elected representative or Council's General Manager of Strategic Asset Performance. If you put that in your terms of reference, then the committee can decide who the chair should be. And I get that right now there's two councillors, but I chaired that committee for many years, and I personally feel that it should be a councillor chairing it. But if the councillors in the room and the team don't necessarily are happy with how it's being chaired, then that's fine. But I think in our terms of reference, for a group of this importance, when you're increasing the delegated authority, I personally feel more comfortable if a councillor is a chair, or at least been given an opportunity to chair, and then the committee can sort it out. Sorry?
I have a draft, if that is a suggestion, if you wish to switch to.
Mr. Mayor, my comment on relevance is probably what Councillor Grady reminded me of the time it takes to get these decisions made, Mark, and I think you probably have to agree some of the decisions are made through main roads. You know, one, for instance, the traffic lights down at Bullion. The school lights
yes.
have taken forever to be done. So there's little bits and pieces, and there's another one down at Lowmead, where we were promised calming devices and an entry to Lowmead, and that hasn't happened. Things have just wandered on for for years. So I think if we make a relevant decision, it should be followed up as soon as possible, rather than having to wander on. And this, maybe we should be tightening up the processes in that regard too, but you're dealing with main roads here on many occasions, so it's a bit difficult.
Okay, I'm happy with the rest of the recommendation, but I do like what's on the screen. But happy to be guided by councillors. I'm not on that committee anymore, so the second part is adopt the revised terms of reference as attached 1 with the amendment to include the chair to be an elected member or the General Manager of Strategic Asset Performance. Are councillors happy with that? Councillor Brathwaite.
Sorry, my question, Mr. Mayor, isn't regarding that. It's just something that I was reading through because I've actually never read the terms of reference for this group before, and I thought it was a holistic group, and here I see that it doesn't actually take part in a speed management group. So, yeah, and is that totally main roads that do that?
No, it's the rest of the group, excepting for councillors. They don't want to have our input.
Serious?
In speed.
Wow.
Well, if you left it to the mayor, we would have had 40-kilometre speed limit right throughout the whole town.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. And it was 50, not 40. Thank you.
Sorry, 50.
50 on local streets unless otherwise signed is the law.
I'll leave that one alone. Sorry, I circled them. Come, what the heck? Yeah,
No,
thanks.
councillors have never been on the Speed Management Committee. No, that's not a bad thing. But the point, so with the terms of reference, it does say that the Manager of Engineering Asset Solutions will be the chair in the absence of the General Manager. So does that fix that as well?
Yes, that would remove that as well. I think with if this is proposed and agreed, then this would allow 3 different people. So you would always have someone as a proxy as need be if someone was away.
I also have to say that the current chair, Manager Mark, is doing a great job in that position. There's no reflection on you at all. It's just the way that's all set up. That's all.
Such a great job, Rick wants it.
Anyway, any further questions or discussion?
Sorry, through you, Mayor.
Yes, Mark,
I'm just
please.
wondering how practically this works now. At the moment, it's a single chair with the delegate if the chair's not there. So the chair is just whoever is there, either myself or the councillor?
So the group would need to choose the elected councillor, and practically if that councillor wasn't available, you would divert to the next councillor, and if they also weren't available, you would be the next delegate.
Through you, Mayor, I think it may just be tidier if the mood of the boardroom is that an elected member chairs. Let's just have an elected member chair and appoint through our normal processes to the group. Otherwise, it's just a little bit messy. And I think practically the group won't change in nature. We will still provide the same support and secretariat to the group. But I think it's just cleaner if we just amend the terms of reference.
So you want it to just be to include the chair to be an elected councillor?
If that's the will of the room.
That's my personal opinion, but it may not be the feeling of the room. So, yes, Councillor Grady.
So, what about co-chairing? Would that be suffice if we could co-chair together? Like,
yeah, I've had
meetings?
I've
Like,
had
we only
some
have
more
4
thoughts
meetings
on
a
that, and I think it's probably less messy if it's just the one chair. If it is a councillor, yeah. I'm not pushing for myself. I'm happy for Councillor Grady to do it.
Day's not that discussion, though. To me, I'm sorry for bringing it up. Well, actually, you brought it up, but I was going to.
Leave it.
Does anyone else want there to be a councillor chair this, or were you happy for it to remain as is? And you can review it again at a certain time? I don't know.
Someone proposing that Mark Francis be taken off as chair of the group.
No, Mark suggested that. I suggested that the chair should be either a councillor or, but Mark suggested that it'd probably be more tidy. I don't want to drag this on you, so I'm sure.
No.
I'm happy to leave it as is if councillors are too. I take the advice of the 2 councillors that sit on the committee.
Have we got a mover for the motion, Mr Mayor?
No.
There's a motion
on the screen, and I was preparing to move that after I heard the feeling of the room. But if it's not the way, I'll leave it as is.
Sorry, through you, Mayor, we can make that resolution work, but we can outwork that within the group. So that's still a valid option. It was just a concern for clarity, but we can outwork that.
I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Okay, that might be easier.
Well,
Thank you.
Just jumped in before me. I was about to move that.
It's so unlike Councillor Churchill to get in before anybody else. Over to you, Councillor Goodluck. Do you want to second that?
Again. That's the officer's recommendation.
If you're going to move it, surely you're prepared to second it.
No.
The officer's
Churchill's moving the officer's recommendation.
That on the board now is the officer's recommendation. I took the extra words out.
Sorry, Councillor Churchill.
Oh, okay. Do I have second? Along. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Trevor. The officer's recommendation just increases the powers for TAC, or TAG, which should be TAC, but in other words, and leaves the rest of the terms of reference the same in terms of chair. Any further discussion on that? I'm going to put the motion now. All in favour? Those against? The motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. We will now break for morning tea, and we do have a deputation at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Sign up to Council's disaster and weather event warning system. Receive alerts about emergency news, severe weather events and other public safety alerts via SMS or email. Registering to the disaster messaging system is free. To register, visit Gladstone Regional Council's Region Watch website and click on the Register for Warnings button. Get ready, Gladstone. Take the steps to protect what's most important to you. Let's be better prepared and protected for emergencies and disasters.
Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify.
Illegal dumping and littering is a concern across the Gladstone region, with over 134 offences in the last 18 months. Our region is beautiful, but there are a few bad apples that ruin it for the rest of us, and they need to clean up their act.
Commonly found items at illegal dumping sites across the region include car bodies and batteries, mattresses, tyres, white goods and furniture, and green waste. These items can be disposed of at any of the region's waste transfer stations, some of them even for free.
Illegal dumping and littering pollutes our environment, harms plants and animals, and detracts from the enjoyment of our public spaces. It can lead to stormwater and ocean pollution, with large amounts of plastic, sugar sachets, and cigarette butts caught in stormwater traps and grates.
It's cheaper for everyone to dispose of waste correctly. Illegal dumping and littering costs our ratepayers thousands of dollars each year in waste management and clean-up. It's also costly for our dumper, with penalties of up to $10,000.
We can all work together to keep our region beautiful and dispose of waste responsibly by placing rubbish in the bins, or even holding onto the rubbish until you're near a suitable bin, and using our local waste facilities. Don't be part of the problem of pollution. We want you to be a part of the solution.
From towns to the bush, illegal dumping and littering is everybody's responsibility. Protect our public spaces and natural environment by doing the right thing for today and tomorrow.
If you see illegal dumping,
dive in a dumper.
See it,
report it, stop it.
Sign up to Council's disaster and weather event warning system. Receive alerts about emergency news, severe weather events and other public safety alerts via SMS or email. Registering to the disaster messaging system is free. To register, visit Gladstone Regional Council's Region Watch website and click on the Register for Warnings button. Get ready, Gladstone. Take the steps to protect what's most important to you. Let's be better prepared and protected for emergencies and disasters.
Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program...
Thank you, councillors, and welcome back to those watching online. We'll resume the meeting today. We have a deputation now, and we have a deputation from Brian Robertson and Adrian Robertson. And I'll throw to Brian and Adrian to lead us through it. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks for seeing us today. So we're just going to go through, this is a bit of a presentation. It'll go through a little bit of the history. Obviously, there's people in this room who are probably familiar with this, but we'll just go through it quickly. I'll try to make it as quick as I can to run through a bit of history. It might give you a bit of background on what's happening with this issue on the boundary of 27B and 33 Agnes Street. So, just get this going. Just next one. All right, so this goes back to about 2008, so it does have a long history. So back in 2008, my father contacted the council on 28th of July regarding excavation on the boundary. No work had progressed, and obviously had concerns with the slope and the safety on the boundary. Helen Robertson at the time, who was within the council, responded on the 29th of July 2008 stating that the owners of that block had just begun looking at completing a retaining wall and geotechnical review. Okay, so that was after obviously the excavation period. On the 29th of July 2008, Council issued their first enforcement notice, which indicated a show cause issued in November 2007. So Helen Robertson then sent an email on the 9th of 2008 saying a compliance officer had been employed and Council was progressing this with a priority. So if in your notes, those that have got them, you'll see there's an actual email there from Helen Robertson, and you'll notice the date. So in 2009, the Council actually approved an application for subdivision on 27 Agnes Street to Peter Merrill Cork, even though there is no design or approval for retaining wall operational works. This was done after Brian had submitted the information. So it was a known issue, there was a retaining wall issue and operational works had been completed, yet the subdivision plan had been allowed to go through. Okay, so we've got the dates there, and that's if anyone wants to have a look at the actual plan, it's here if they need to see it. Obviously this is a fair while ago, so. In 2009, further earthworks and approval of subdivisions occurred, 27 Agnes Street. It can clearly also be seen in Google Earth images. In 2009, Brian contacted Helen Robinson for an update on the 24th of April, which you'll see in some of those paperwork. That was when she sent and saying the council was pursuing an operational works permit, which should include design and retaining wall from Peter Cork. That was before the plan was approved, and the plan was approved on the 28th of the 7th, 2009 for the subdivision of that block, knowing full well there was a retaining wall and operational works issue. In 2010, Graham Konofsky sends an email to Brian, saying the council proceeded down the show cause enforcement notice path. Council committed to obtaining a result. Council's role in relation to the illegal operational works has been undertaken, not in relation to encroachment. So the encroachment issue at that stage was what had happened was it dug right up to the boundary, and there's about a metre of fill that had fallen down the side as part of that process. And Brian Robertson, they encouraged, at that time, Graham sent an email to Brian to encourage him to contact the Opus engineer and reach an agreement with proposed plans. Brian did that, and the Opus engineer worked on an agreed design of retaining wall, so it wasn't an encroachment issue. Opus had designed the wall and drafted the letter to Brian and signed it off, and that was done 20th of December 2010. Brian then sent an email on the same day saying he was ready to sign off and just wanted to confirm the commencement date. Opus engineer confirms the retaining wall can be safely built and rectifies all issues. That is also in the document if you're looking in your paperwork copy there. So Stuart McDonald, the Opus engineer, writes to Merrill Cork and states that Peter Cork has issues with the actual commencement dates. Looks at resolving issues before Christmas to fall in agreement. No indication there is an issue with the engineering design at that time. Brian consults Stuart again in 2011 regarding the commencement date. Is keen to start his own works in March because he had put in an approval plan on the property, and that is seen in your documents in council. There was an approval for Brian's plan on that property. Stuart then contacted Merrill and Peter Cork in regards having the agreement and waiting decision for them for the commencement. That was January 2011. Council then issues a second enforcement notice for unauthorised works and requests the submission of operational works. Development application was received by Council on the 17th of August. We have that here as well. And the council sends information request to Cork asking for a deed of agreement regarding the drawing submitted, which shows that he will then cut a further 3 metres into my father's boundary in regards to actually performing the wall that's required. Okay, that was not the same drawings and not the agreement that was done with Brian in December. Okay, so the wrong drawings were submitted, and if you have a look at the drawings in the actual document, the drawings are dated 2009. Before the drawings and the approval by the Opus engineer and Peter and Merrill Cork in 2010. Okay, Cork had incorrectly sent the different drawings instead of the agreed drawings from the Opus engineer. Brian refused to sign the agreement. Council assumes it's an encroachment issue. Okay, no action occurs in 2013. Brian submits a complaint to the Queensland Ombudsman regarding Council's inability to progress the issues. Okay, in 2014, after internal council review, letter is sent to Brian, notes in the internal review periods of no action by council over the matter, notes that no action had been taken place from 2012 until the current date 2014, 2 years of no inaction. Also notes that Brian is preventing the solution of a retaining wall due to refusing consent to access 33 Agnes Street, associated backfilling of the encroachment. That's not correct because there was an agreement in place. Incorrectly states, due to safety issues, incorrectly states that no cooperation of the property owners, that the matter will remain unresolved. Note, there was an agreed engineering solution by the Opus engineer and agreed to by Corks in the email. At no stage of the council internal review, persons contact Brian and discuss the issue regards retaining wall and the drawings agreed to in 2010, which could have been constructed safely. In 2014, Queensland Ombudsman got involved and said that the council should review it. In 10th of September 2014, Ian Munro sends a letter to Brian, states that the council will contact both landowners and discuss agreements to what operational works can be conducted to resolve the issues. On the 30th of September, Brian attends a meeting at the GRC Calliope to discuss issues with regards to the work and a way forward. On the 8th of October, Ian Munro sends a letter to Brian thanking him to attending the GRC meeting. Peter O'Merrill Cork did not attend that meeting. In the letter, it also states that Brian agrees to the sketch and by the Opus engineer in 2010, also states that the council is continuing to try and contact the legal owners of 27A. 17th of October, the council then reissues another show cause notice to Mr. and Mrs. Cork. Mark Cochrane, in 2015, this is now, Mark Cochrane, Senior Technical Advisor on the Council, investigates options. He sent an email to Brian after that investigation, stating the best way forward was actually the Opus engineer drawing in 2010. In 2015, the council sends a letter to Brian from Ian Munro, in which states the council have contacted the loan provider, outlines the process for rectification works, outlines the reinstatement of the boundary is non-negotiable, outlines several options for construction of a retaining wall, including estimates, also included drawings from Opus and outlined the restrictions to the site. In 2015, the council issues a third enforcement notice to the owners. In 2015, again, the council then noted there was administrative errors and reissues a fourth enforcement notice. In 2016, the council issues a fifth enforcement notice. In 2018, the council issues a sixth enforcement notice under the Planning Act in 2016. Enforcement notice also recognises the new Gladstone planning scheme in which the new codes apply, including the steep overlay code of which this property belongs to. In 26th of February 2018, David and Merrill Cork did not again reply to the enforcement notice. 2018, Councillor MH Lawyers attends the Planning Environment Court in response to the enforcement notice issued on 12th of January. And then there's Her Honour Judge Kefford asked for a mediation between those parties involved. So 2018, Council has mediation with Mr. Cork. Cork expressed an interest in selling to the Council. Planning Environment Court Register contacts Brian to discuss intentions of the neighbouring lot. Brian also states that he just wants to have it fixed and sell it and move on with his life. This was in 2018. Option also presented Brian the council purchase the lot and amalgamate the lots, and council builds a required retaining walls as a cost, effectively enhancing the lots for the future sale. Council costs deducted from the sale, remaining money to go to Brian. This was in the mediation results. This is all online. In 2018, Emma Hamilton from the council sends an email to Brian stating, "We, council, believe that works that have occurred could potentially cause a safety risk to persons, the environment and or property. As such, council are intending to purchase and install temporary fencing and signage to ensure no unauthorised entry onto your property to avoid potential risk until such a time the matter is rectified and both properties are made safe." 2018. August 2018, council enters Brian property and erects temporary fencing due to concerns with the safety of the wall. On the 15th of January, this is 2019, met with the council mayor, Matt Burnett, and the CEO. During the meeting, Brian's told that the court proceedings are underway and will be resolved in court. States that she will investigate the matter and follow up in 6 weeks. 2019, Brian attends a general council meeting and airs the concerns with the ongoing issues regards the illegal activity and the mental and financial impact it's having on him. In February 2019, a report is then presented to the council and options to rectify the unlawful earthworks on 27B and 33 Agnes. The report outlines the safety and instability risks. 4 options are presented. That's in your documents there as well. If you're looking for it, it's also online. Option 1, build retaining wall on the boundary. Option 2, reinstate 33 Agnes with bulk earthworks. Option 3, cut from 33 Agnes Street to reinstate 27B on Agnes Street. Option 4, undertake rates arrears sales. So if you go through your documents there, it's all in there. So the council meeting votes for option 4, sale of rates arrears, against the officer's recommendation of the report to progress in line with mediation to date, which requires a crowing lot undertaking a little work. So you'll see there in your report, that's what was recommended, but went for option 4. In 2018, we received an email from Bernadette Legrand recommending the council do not proceed with court, unlikely to be successful, and the council discontinues proceeding against court in court. In 2020, after an email to Bernadette regards the issues surrounding my father's property, I seek a mediation session with Bernadette. In that mediation session, I provide a timeline of events similar to what I've done here. After the meeting is agreed that Bernadette will contact us in regards to the information of a draft letter to the valuer and timing of the auction within a couple of weeks. This is in regards to my concern that selling of the land under rates arrears will result in another developer purchasing the land and not building the required retaining wall. This information is important later on. I also point out that in the case that the council would still need to issue an enforcement notice with relation to the Gladstone Planning Scheme Building Act for the purchaser if not built. At this time, I also make Bernadette aware that the issue is not an encroachment, and in fact my father had agreed to a retaining wall by the developer and the developer's engineer as per the sketch. This had already been discussed by my father and council in 2014 after Queensland Ombudsman asked the council to review. 22nd of May 2020, I had a meeting with Bernadette, Matt Burnett and Carl Goodluck in the meeting. At that meeting, I am told Bernadette has stated that no retaining wall is required as per a recent report conducted by a surveyor. Also states in that her opinion it is not a safety issue. Incorrectly states that the issue is still encroachment, even though the issue had been resolved with the Queensland Ombudsman in 2014. Also stated that the auction is no longer going ahead, even though restrictions at auctions had been lifted in Queensland. That auction had been due for at the start of the year and also for the end of the year for that auction. Stated that an offer from the council will take a further 1.3 metres, but was increased to 2 metres in the actual offer from Brian's boundary and build a wooden paling fence. No compensation offered to my father. The drawing and the sketch, I was also told at meeting the sketch by Opus cannot be used and would not be able to be built. After the meeting, I sent an email requesting the report and information that details why a retaining wall is not required to be built, and I also said that we would agree to the above offer if that report was sent. No such report or information was sent. After the meeting, we had a geotechnical report completed. The report states that there is a risk on the boundary wall and it's further degraded and it is a safety risk. You'll see that in your documents there as well. Another report is then completed regards the financial impact of not having a retaining wall built on the boundary. I have that financial report if you're interested in seeing it. It degrades my father's property by a significant amount due to the fact there is no retaining wall there. So Brian is finding it difficult to sell the property in the state that it is at the moment. Engineering Queensland were engaged to review the Opus drawing, states that the wall can be built, and in fact that they were engaged on initial review with Mark Cochrane in 2015 and were involved in that discussion with Mark Cochrane. On the 10th of July, I emailed Matt Burnett, Khan Goodluck and Bernadette Legan regards the rejection of the offer and that I will be following up with an administration review based on the misinformation from the meeting, in which it was responded by Bernadette, just to confirm, I did not at any time say I had a written engineer report saying retaining wall was not required. I advised that I had been told this based on the identification survey which I provided to you and the surveyor's advice regarding the slope of the embankment. I'll review the balance of the email when I have time. I contacted the surveyor provided no such advice, only provided the drawings. Administrative action complaint is lodged regarding the discussions at the meeting with the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and Senior Legal, and discussions began with Tanya Wiley. I hope I said that right, sorry. Manager of Governance. On the 30th of September, I received a phone call in the afternoon from Tanya. During that call, we discussed specifically the requirement for a retaining wall, in which I asked specifically, is a retaining wall required? Tanya states, yes, it is required during that phone call. On the 13th of October, we received correspondence backdated to the 9th of August 2020. The main part reads, advice was given on the basis that the building code does not require the construction of a retaining wall where a slope ratio does not exceed 8:1. The excavation commences at the allotment boundary and there are no buildings or structures on the adjoining allotment within 3 metres of the allotment boundary to the excavation. The problem with that is that the building code does not state this. In fact, it states that the unprotected embankments cannot be higher than 2 metres in height. This is in fact also seen in Bernadette's follow-up letter, which I've copied in there as well, and she screenshotted it at the request of the Queensland Ombudsman, where the screenshot is in the response. If you have a look at the table 3.1.1, it states H is less than 2 metres. H means height. This graph has been in previous editions of the building codes for quite some time. See the current building code as it is today, of the 2019 edition. So if someone was to sell and buy that land, this is the current edition it would be under. An unretained bulk earthworks site cut using an unretained embankment must be within the allotment and not within the zone of influence of any existing structure on the property or the allotment boundary. So not if there's a building, it's or. As defined in table 3.1.1 and figure 3.1a, and not deeper than 2 metres from the natural ground level at any point. You'll see that the survey that was done shows a much deeper cut than that. So that's an actual screenshot of what is actually in the current one, and you'll see there that this is where the 8:1 ratio comes into play. You'll see up there the site cut excavation, and there's a drawing there that shows the allotment boundary, nothing to do with actual buildings or anything. That is the actual allotment boundary that it talks about. And then it talks about the natural ground level and where the excavation site cuts can be. So the height cannot be more than 2 metres, otherwise there is a requirement for an earth retaining structure designed and constructed as per AS 4678, which talks about earth retaining structures. This is the actual screenshot of the previous building code that is referred to in the documents that we got back from the council. You'll see there that on the left-hand side, whilst it has all the information that Bernadette stated, you'll see there in very little letters, H equals less than 2 metres, cut. Okay, so the survey conducted by the council clearly shows that the unprotected boundary is higher than 2 metres across the boundary. So this is also from your operational works on your Gladstone planning scheme, which talks about what needs to be happening with the Gladstone planning scheme. Okay, so you can have a look through there, and talks about excavation. It doesn't meet the Gladstone planning scheme requirements as well. Here on the steep land code, it talks about, which is what this land is under, steep land code here. Earthworks minimises disturbance to the natural contours of the site and adjoining properties. Does not increase the risk of landslide inside or external to the site. Earthworks do not change a part of the ground level more than 1 metres at any point. Occur within 1.5 metres of any property boundary, not property, property boundary, and result in retaining walls located within 3 metres of a property boundary. Must not. 3 metres. This is on the boundary, under the steep land overlay code. So, as of this year, this is now going on 13 years since it was first reported by Brian, okay, and the plan was reconfigured lot was approved after that report came through. There have been 6 enforcement notices, no court action withdrawn by the council, an unsuccessful attempt to sell under rates arrears, at best misinformed information, at worst I hope not false information provided by the council person, statements against Brian implicating that the issues are somehow his fault. Okay, and no action has been taken to rectify a clear non-compliance breach to your Gladstone planning scheme, the Building and Planning Act, and also, as I've just demonstrated, the building code. Safety fencing is still in place at 27B and 33 Agnes Street, and council has asked my father to remove that. Now, obviously, that puts him in an onus situation. That is not going to happen. Rates have still been charged and paid, I might add, to 33 Agnes Street. Okay, we are unable to perform any activity as is from a letter that was sent by the council. Heavy earth excavation equipment is now required on my father's side to finish this work because you can't access down the bottom now from the properties that are now being built from the reconfiguration. So that needs to happen on my father's side. How can he build something if there's heavy earthworking machinery needs to get on there? Okay? There is no commitment after the arrears sale that the wall will actually even be built or enforced by the new council. The whole point of this in the mediation session, which I went to, was to discuss a resolution to this, not to simply sell it and have another problem like this occur again. Okay, the last person that was at the rates arrears sale that I knew came and discussed it with us. His intention was to buy the land and do nothing with it for 10 years. Now, according to this council, that can happen with no requirement for this person to build a retaining wall. The whole point of this exercise on the rates arrears sales was to ensure that someone would purchase it and would get this work done. That is what Brian agreed to at the very start. Okay, well, now we go on to the point. So there's not, as I said, currently advertising, this is the other thing, you're advertising the sale 27B at 45K, and in that sale, you're still using the unapproved Opus drawings. It's attached to it. Okay, site attached showing the incorrect retaining wall back from 2011, and that somehow this is a dispute with my father and needs to be resolved with him. That's where we're now at, after 13 years. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thanks, Adrian. As I accept it's been a long, drawn-out process, obviously I'm not going to talk about your neighbours here on live stream, so I'll let that go.
Yep.
But I can understand your frustration, and that's why I asked, did you want to have a deputation and present to full council so the councillors can hear the whole story?
Yep.
For some might not have been part of the whole story. So there's certainly seen it. Questions, councillors?
Can I raise something?
Absolutely, Brian.
Right on. Okay, is that it? Is that working? This wasn't in there, but I found this when I was going through some stuff. On the 15th of May, Gladstone Council, through their then legal advisors, MRH lawyers, made an offer to me. Council would become the registered owner of the property owned by Mr. and Mrs. Cork. This is about the time the mediation was going through. I would contact my mortgagee and consent to an arrangement to purchase the properties or pay for the wall. We'd agree on a scope of works which would include the agreement of the value of the proposed works within a fixed period, amalgamate my property and the property next door. At the same time, council will transfer the property to me. Grant council a mortgage over grant council a mortgage over the amalgamated lot, securing the cost of works as certified by an independent engineer. The mortgage will be registered on the same time that the two lots are amalgamated. The parties will obtain a valuation of the fair market value at the amalgamated lot when the work's complete. Once the works are complete, council will give you notice and I'll sign it. Okay. Now, that was it. I sent back and said, I can't get a mortgagee to give me, I can't go to the bank and get 300,000 or 400,000 loan. At that stage, I said, look, I've got someone who may be interested in buying the 2 lots. We could do all this and I'll sell it off to them as 2 lots. Council replied, again through MRH. MRH dealt with the building department, Helen Robertson, I believe, but I understood it come from council, which is you guys. Our client, Gladstone Regional Council. In the email, you proposed an alternative option to council, purchasing my block, at which council sells the amalgamated land without the need to remedy the illegal works. Council instructs that the primary issues for council is safety and to remedy the illegal works. Council cannot agree to any arrangement where costs are incurred without the works being remedied. Further, council notes that selling the amalgamated land will not ensure that the works required to the property are carried out. Accordingly, we are advised to instruct you, council cannot agree to your proposal. Council is prepared to proceed as per the previous letter with a mortgage from me. That was in 2018. This wasn't brought up at the council meeting where you guys all voted on it. Council already given me an undertaking that they will never sell that lot until the work is done. Now, this has never been picked up by your legal officer either. She has berated me and beat me up about this. There's things in there that have been said by people who I had amicable discussions with that have not been considered.
Yep.
There's other things put in, like I've been accused of not allowing people on my property. Corky came to see me at my office.
Can we not mention the neighbours? Thanks. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just conscious of the fact. I just don't want to get you in any trouble with the neighbours. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Adrian. Can I just ask a question before? Obviously, we'll receive the deputation, but what's the outcome you'd like? What's the desired outcome? Because that's what I really need to know.
I think at this stage, I think from the start we've expressed that, you know, like initially I think this was Dad's retirement plan. I think we're well past that now. So this stage is just a matter of selling it and getting out of it. I'm just not interested anymore. The problem with that is that this has this problem over it. So trying to sell it is obviously an issue. You can imagine trying to sell a block of land to someone when you say you've got a dispute with a neighbour and there's no retaining wall there, and potentially there might be earthworks that occur. So it really limits your ability to sell the block of land. So essentially there needs to be a solution on this, and there needs to be some resolution on what's going to happen on that property. And I don't stand by the fact that selling it under rates arrears and selling it to someone where they can just sit on it for 10 years without some other follow-up with an enforcement notice or some issue is an acceptable solution.
You don't have to tell me today, but he maybe come back to us in an email or something and tell us what. I really need to know what you think is the desired solution. What helps resolve this for you? And I get what you said about a neighbourhood issue. We want to help where we can, but even if you don't have to tell us today, but sooner or later, I would like to know what you believe is the ultimate resolution, and then councillors can decide, you know, if we can assist in that way. So I don't have to tell me today, mate. It's all right. I realise it's been a bit of a motive issue for you. Any questions, councillors, before I just receive the deputation? Councillor Trevor.
Mayor, I haven't inspected the site and I see the photos, etc. But before any decision is made by this council, I would suggest, rightly or wrongly, that we all attend on site with the permission of the owner and see for ourselves exactly the issue that is impacting the proponent today, and also the adjoining owner and us as a party, wherever that may lead to. But I think I would prefer to have an on-site inspection before any decision is made, just so I can appreciate the gravity of the situation.
Today's decision would be just to receive the deputation, and then we can make further decisions from them. Councillor Churchill.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mayor Matt. I've probably had the privilege of being in close proximity to see that parcel of land, but seems 14 years to get to the position of nowhere. So my question is probably more to our acting CEO as it stands at the moment when we talk about arrears of rates and land and the proximities, and I'd just like to get some guidance at this stage. And I agree with Councillor Chris that we should perhaps meet on site, but I'd also like to get an understanding of the legal aspects under the Local Government Act in relation to property, or perhaps that may already... I'm trying to digest all this information rapidly, and I need more time to go right through it, you know, with a little bit more of a microscope approach. But I know this doesn't get covered under law, and before our acting CEO answers in relation to the Local Government Act, because he's an expert in that area, I'd also like to know what our moral obligations are.
Thank you, Mark.
This essentially is a private matter, from my opinion, between the two landowners. You know, we've got two, essentially, there's no council boundary here. It is a private matter between the two landholders. Appreciate, with respect to development of each of those sites, they need to do so in line with the various, you know, planning and development laws that we've taken us through, and which both owners have looked to do so at various times over since 2008. I guess from here we just need to make sure that we receive the deputation and look to get to a point that we've essentially taken everything we can do administratively. We believe that from an administrative point of view, we probably have explored pretty much every option we can in this case. There is obviously, so we'll receive this, have a look at some of those issues, see whether there's any other further development issues that we need to look at from a planning scheme perspective, and progress from there and report. So the plan, I would suspect for council, is to receive the deputation and then request a report back to close the matter out.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Adrian. Thank you.
Can you want a resolution to receive?
Yeah.
To receive the presentation.
Thank you. Move to receive the presentation by Councillor Churchill, seconded by Councillor Moscat. Sorry, Councillor Cameron. I put the motion. All in favour? That's carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to the rest of the agenda, and item G 4.4 is the Baffle Creek and Auckland Creek flood studies. And I'll hand over to the General Manager of Strategic Asset Performance, and Councillor Branthwaite will be joining us. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning again, councillors. This report is asking you to endorse a couple of flood studies which have been prepared through our asset planning team. This is not something we've asked you to do before. Generally, the process has been to, once a flood study is completed, has been to progress it through a planning scheme amendment prior to releasing the flood information to the public. And that's in the past been done through a flood committee as well. What we've identified, though, is that we do have an impending planning scheme review coming in a couple of years, and it's going to be a major review, and there is administrative costs associated with updates done in an ad hoc fashion. We would rather not wait to have these flood studies out in the public domain. We think it's important that this information is shared and considered by the public in terms of safety and in terms of planning as well. So should you endorse this today, the flood study mapping would be uploaded onto GeoCortex's internal and external mapping portals following the meeting, and the mapping for these flood studies would then be incorporated into the planning scheme as part of the future amendment that we undertake. So this is a pragmatic approach to us making sure that the vital information we have in relation to the flood studies in the Baffle and Auckland Creek catchments are shared and available to the public in a timely manner. We are joined by Jacinta online if there's any detailed questions in relation to either the flood studies or this approach.
Thank you, Mark. Councillors, questions? Councillor Hanson.
I'm eagerly awaited these pieces, and I'd be happy to move to accept them.
Yes, thank you. Can I get a second and first, please? Second and Councillor Branthwaite. Councillor Muscat has a question.
Thank you. I was just, it's only a quick one, and thank you. The, obviously, this will be taken into account in the planning scheme review we're doing, and I'm assuming your answer is going to say yes. It's going to be yes, but the coastal hazard adaptation strategy, and so is there any sort of linkage or some things? I know that there's a few models to 2100 and the impacts of climate change and things like that. I mean, I was just wondering if there was any consultation or if the CHAS was taken into consideration in any of this, in any of this review.
Sure. Jacinta or Slisa, do you want to talk to how we recognise CHAS impacts here?
Yeah, sure can. Can you hear me in there?
Yes, we can.
Yep. So this work was done prior to the CHAS work. So these two flood studies don't have any view to it. However, moving forward, there was a recommendation out of the CHAS that we do a particular type of modelling, which is basically sensitivity at the mouth area where that interaction happens between sea level rise and that coastal impact, as well as what happens then if you put a flood on top of it. So in terms of what will happen with these two, the mapping will just be overlaid on each other, and whatever is the worst situation, that's what will be the, I guess, the highest flood level or the highest impact. But for future flood studies, we'll incorporate that extra modelling so that we'll get a very good picture of how those two impacts combine and work together, I guess, or work against each other.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I thought you were going to say that, but just wanted to make sure that the CHAS was being, I guess, well, not necessarily in this study, but as we do the planning scheme amendments or reviews, that both of them go together, especially in these areas.
Thank you. Councillor Muscat, any further questions? No, I have a mover in Councillor Hanson and a second in Councillor Branthwaite. Put the motion all in. Do you have a question, Councillor O'Grady? No? All in favour? It's carried. Thank you. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is G4.5, and it's the lease of 2 Rafting Ground Road, Agnes Water. And I hand back to the General Manager of Strategic Asset Performance, Mark Francis, and Tanya Wally as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The purpose of this report is to ask you to resolve to lease the buildings at 2 Rafting Ground Road, Agnes Water, to Impact Community Services Limited. We acknowledge that.
Yeah,
thank
hello.
you.
I think I agree, so I think it's great. But I did want to ask a little bit more information on the expression of interest from other community or business community organisations or whoever, and if there's any other places. I mean, whether they're justified and they're genuine, and also if there's anything we can do for them.
Given that it is a lease to a community organisation, we're not required under regulation to go through a tender or expression of interest process. Ideally, with our properties, we want to get to that situation where they're all leased out through that situation. However, there's always going to be some cases like here where it's not viable to do that. So as a here, the reason why we haven't gone through that process is because of the connected services and issues that we have experienced over the last few years there. With respect to, we've had a range of other people interested over the past 3 years in that property, and they range from private businesses, physiotherapy, dentistry, that sort of thing. The other community organisations who have inquired have not specifically inquired on this site, but essentially they're looking for a home. So that is one of the reasons why we have proposed that council actually retain this property so we can explore development opportunities in the balance, which may provide an opportunity to those organisations.
No, that's okay. So, I mean, but it's nothing sort of critical that someone is desperate looking for a place. Although, I mean, apart from Impact, of course.
Impact have definitely expressed the highest need.
Great.
However, I don't want to discount other community organisations' needs because they also serve important sectors of the community as well.
No, well, thank you. That's been great to finally come to hear.
Before I go
and
to
very
Councillor
disappointing.
Churchill.
Not on your part, but on the fact that we had a building there that was unused for so long and serving no purpose apart from the purpose maybe to a couple of people, but no one else.
So before I go to Councillor Churchill, also the zoning is for health, no?
Community
use,
facilities.
Oh, okay, it's just always been health related, so
Yes,
it's appropriate
yes.
that Impact Health in there. Councillor Churchill had a question.
I've actually got a number of questions, Mayor Matt, and be patient with me as we work through this because I'm supportive of the intent of the officer's recommendation, but I'd also like to get some level of understanding and clarification and perhaps remove some anomalies. But Tanya, welcome back into that role as such, but we seem to have got to where we were discussing this perhaps November last year. And in our meeting last year in November, irrespective, the decision was made. There was a couple of pertinent points that come out of that meeting that I want to ensure that there's a clear understanding going forward, but there might also be some opportunities as well that might perhaps come out of some of this thinking. So if you'd bear with me for a short moment. In noting, and many others have noted this particular meeting in November last year where the lease was extended to building number 2. I have a personal and professional interest in the facility, more so the services that go down in there, because of the difference that they make to the lives of people in that whole district, including, and when we talk about health and we talk about visitors and tourists, it knows no boundaries because the services actually go outside of the Gladstone region as well, into the Discovery Coast. But it was indicated that it was extended to the dentist, and there were 3 key pertinent points. That if the tenant did not commence dentistry within 3 months of the lease of that lease, that it would have been terminated. But we didn't seem to have terminated it after 3 months when there was nothing happening in that building. It didn't occur. I'd love to get some understanding as to if we condition something, why is it that we don't? We've heard earlier in other matters here today about 6 enforcement notices and compliance requirements, but we didn't do anything. And I would just like to get an understanding that if we're going to enact a lease or a licence agreement, that we'll actually get it to be of benefit to the community. So any chance of an answer on that?
Tanya may be able to supply more detail, but we were actively engaged with the lessee over a period of time. As you've just talked about, compliance isn't just about taking the keys off somebody. There is show cause. There's a process that needs to be followed, and part of that process is the timescale for those processes are sometimes dictated by the other party in terms of their responses and what the information they provide to us. But I'm confident that officers were appropriately engaged in bringing this lease to an end, and that's given us the opportunity to extend this. Do you have any further?
Look, only just to say that yes, it was to be brought into occupation. We have to wait until the end of that period, and when that period arises, there's formal notices that we give under the Property Law Act, and then there's some back and forth and things like that. So probably once that termination starts to occur, then we also have to look at what we do next. And Tina and I are working as hard as we can to manage all of our leased properties, and it can't always happen as quickly as we would like to happen.
So it's a substantiation of timeline for the process more than anything because of the small amount of time, 3 months, 4 months. The other part of it was that Council would undertake a strategic review of the entire parcel at 2 Rafting Ground to assist with future planning of the site. So are you able to give us any indication? Now, this is a decision that was made, be it 13 months ago, what the current status is of that review?
That's attached. Councillor Goodluck?
Yep.
Sorry, Councillor Churchill.
Yeah, Churchill.
Apologies.
That's
to
all
both
right.
of
It was
you.
a compliment if you call me Councillor Goodluck. I don't mind it. I'll take it as a term of endearment. Really?
Strategic review.
We can come back and visit that later on, Councillor.
It is attached to the report and concluded the most appropriate use is for it to continue as a community facility.
So, okay then, so to try and get an understanding of that strategic review, if we're indicating a 10-year lease, is it likely that perhaps we should consider in that 10-year lease rather than a compulsory 10-year lease that it could be a 3x3x3 or the option for a review and renewal or reconsideration subject to your strategic review as you would look in there for the options, and also at the same time helping impact in their circumstances rather than being locked into a forced 10-year, that it gives them the option of whatever the future for their facility and their services as they grow and expand. And as we would all know around this table, that they're subject to funding from other tiers of government as well. So those circumstances could change. We would hope it would never change, or if anything, it would grow bigger. So is that possible? Because the second part of your recommendation says it's going to be delegated to the CEO to enact this agreement. Just wanting to make sure that it's reciprocal on both sides.
As recently as last Monday, I've been speaking with Pam there about what the lease may look like for impact. And we did, the resolution points to a term not exceeding 10 years. So we've discussed that may be a 3-year lease, it may be a 3x3, essentially to meet impacts requirements. Council's also not in the business of holding a community organisation to account to their detriment. So the lease will address those sort of things. And while I'm not here to speak of impacts and intentions for the future, we've also discussed around the possibility of impact participating in further development on that site as well. So we're definitely in discussions, and our intention is to develop an agreement that will meet impact's needs.
Terrific. If that can happen, that'll be a sound of or more so a breath of fresh air. The other part of it is that trying to understand, because I remember going to this facility in 2002, 2003, when it was implemented, but you're indicating in your report there that Impact's been operating there for be it 20 years. But Impact, I remember some of us around the table here went there in 2016 when Impact commenced. So it was the Miriamvale Shire Council that was operating the facility from 2002. I went there representing the adjoining shire at the time, but at the same time in 2016, that was when Impact commenced. They didn't commence there 20 years ago. So I'm trying to get an understanding, or is this an anomaly, or is this trying to say that they've been there for 20 years as part of the lease agreement?
The irregularity may be my interpretation. I believe the program has been operating there, and that Impact took over the management of that program, but it's essentially been the delivery of that service that has proceeded from that time.
Bear with me, please, ma'am. Thank you. I'm pleased to hear that, because 2002, this is the legacy of the local government, or more so the legacy of the local government amalgamations that we've raised on a number of occasions. 2002 to 2008, it was operated by the Miriamvale Shire Council. 2008 to 2016, it was operated by the Gladstone Regional Council in health services. And then in 2016, Impact effectively took over the lease. So Council was the owner and operator of the premises for 14 years. Is that correct now? And getting that clearly understood? Because as we're going into this, because Impact's going to take over the program, I have a genuine concern about the facility itself. It's commercial state for it to be able to be occupied. When the dentist vacated, from what I understand and from what I've seen, that there are certain aspects of that building that make it uninhabitable. Is that the right terminology? It's got white ants in there. There are patches in that white ants. The repainting and the reflooring of the buildings. The dentist signage is still up there. From what I understand, the gutter repairs and also rectification of the damage that was done in building number 2 when the dentist vacated the facility. So has there been some, and there's a number of others, so I'm supportive of the recommendation, but in dot point number 2, I think we just need to be dealing with the fact that the Gladstone Regional, or Miriamvale Shire Council, was the owner, was the operator, and Gladstone Regional Council took that over as a result of the amalgamation. I think we, as a local government, have some level of responsibility in putting that building back into a shape as the owner of the property so that it can be tenanted and taken occupancy by a great, wonderful organisation. We all agree it's a wonderful organisation and the services they deliver, but I believe as the owner to the tenant, we have that responsibility because we should have done that in 2016. And now that building number 2 has been vacated by another business who didn't operate out there when we extended the lease, now there's damage to that building as well. And I see you nodding, so there is some level of agreement here at this stage. So I'd like to just get a clear understanding to support the recommendation, the resolution, that we will do some level of rectification, and if we can't, and it's not in our budget, is there an opportunity for impact to do that? And we could negotiate some aspects of the lease payments to get the building back up into a habitable condition, because this could take 3 to 6 months, and if not more, to get it done, subject to the availability of tradespeople.
Yeah, we acknowledge there's maintenance required to be undertaken, and that's detailed on page 28. How that's undertaken could be subject to negotiation with impact, but just to give you some reassurance that the community facilities are now under the smart asset management model, so condition assessments and maintenance schedules will be applied to our leased properties in the same way that we're doing with our other asset classes as well, so that the opportunity for this to fall, for our community facilities to fall into disrepair, as this has in this case, will be mitigated by that approach. But certainly, Tanya can talk to how we might want to formulate the maintenance that's required for entry.
Yeah, Councillor Churchill, again, this is something that we have had discussions with Impact, because we want to make sure that we're putting forward a proposal to you that's capable of being undertaken. So we've talked through a range of ways that might be achieved, through rental rebates for a period of time and allow Impact the flexibility to do that work, through council doing that work at our own cost. So that will all be worked out as part of the lease negotiations at 2 Rafting Ground Road. I believe that Impact are pleased to be able to have a lot more influence in terms of what that building looks like from the inside and the fit out, and we're certainly accommodating that. There's some things that council would not ordinarily do. So when bringing that building back up to standard, in terms of having a very clean, fresh area to go, and certainly structural issues like white ants and things like that, whether or not council goes to the length at our cost to fit it out for a dental surgery is a completely different aspect. So we're working through that with Impact, and I believe that we'll find an agreeable position.
So just in summing up from my perspective, and I'm sure others may have questions, is this, or could you just give me an understanding of the difference between the lease and a licence? Because they've had a lease, be it for those, they've had a licence, and now we're proposing a lease. Or is it round the other way? They've had a licence, we're proposing a lease.
They have operated under a licence.
Which changes their level of responsibility. So the two things that jump out at me is that, first and foremost, what opportunities do we get with Impact to partner with them if they themselves decide that they could attract funding to put solar energy on the roof? As it currently stands at the moment, all the guttering, all the water and the rain from the guttering literally goes out onto the ground, and for those that have been there on many occasions, it becomes a quagmire. for people to access. So, you know, there could be opportunities to drain that water into water storage tanks. Do those opportunities present themselves by impact in a partnership with council, or do they? I'd just love to know.
So there's two aspects there. One is council can independently undertake some of those works, and as we work through our smart asset management processes, those will become evident and included in budget items and things like that. But that is the benefit of a lease that Impact has, is it gives them that little bit more autonomy. It gives them a formal land tenure, second to ownership, where they can actually use that to source funding opportunities and do that. And we work with all of our lessees at all our properties by considering their proposals and providing consent to support their funding applications. So Impact would be no different, but certainly the lease, well, yes, it is. It does have more obligations. You have more legal obligations in a lease than a licence. You benefit from that formal registered title and the opportunities that brings. But that's not to say that council is passing everything on to Impact in terms of maintenance. That's part of a discussion, and anything can be included in that lease.
Thank you, Councillor Churchill.
All right, lovely. Thank you for that. As long as they've got a home there for the next 100 years, it'll be great. Thank you.
Well, I think the lease says 10. Councillor O'Grady.
Thank you, Councillor Churchill, for bringing those items up. I did have a few on my list, so thank you, and you've covered them quite nicely. So, Tanya, I'd just like to thank you for working so hard on this, because this has been ongoing saga for a long time, and the community moving forward, they're just getting busier and busier, and as you probably know, they're packed to the rafters in that building, so I think it'll be a great thing that they can move next door. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor O'Grady. Councillor Goodluck.
I was about 12 seconds away from moving a point of order that the motion be put, but have we got a mover and a seconder? Can we? I request that we put the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodluck. Before I put the motion, are there any further questions, councillors?
And that's not because Mark called me Glenn. Well, Glenn me, sorry, that's even worse.
No further questions? Thank you. The motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor O'Grady. The officer's recommendation be accepted. All in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Mark. The next item on the agenda is G 4.6. Back to the General Manager of Operations, John Tumbers. It's a specialised supplier, and I think we have a couple of these. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. This report seeks resolution for use of provision of local government regulation that allows for exceptions to the requirements for written quotes or tenders, and it's in relation to the use of human synergistics, culture, tools and services. Council has started a culture journey that enables measuring, quantifying and monitoring of Council's culture, and the tool by which we've used this is provided by Human Synergistics. It's called the Organisational Culture Inventory, and the Human Synergistics are the only vendor with this methodology and tool. We intend to remeasure Council's culture every 2 years until 2025 to enable us to continue on that journey. The purchase of this also allows Council to build internal capability in the tool rather than continuing to engage consultants to help facilitate and work through the use of the tool and the changes required. The expected spend per year is $100,000. Sorry, the expected spend is $100,000 over a 5-year period. Open for questions.
Thank you, John. Question, is that a mover, Councillor Hanson? Question?
Questions, Mr Mayor. John, how much are we asking for? And who are we training? Who is going to do this job if we're going to train it? What section of the...
We currently have some HRBPs trained and also people in transformation program that are currently leading the cultural journey that we're on.
Shouldn't this, though, remain an independent assessor in here? And the other question I've got is how much did it cost us to get the first one up? How much did it actually cost us from the group that did it?
I think you could consider the assessment tool itself is independence. We We use the tool Go to Survey from the staff. They provide results, and then the tool creates the results. The training and capability side of it allows our own staff to be able to interpret those results and put in the improvement programs that the results indicate we need to do.
Yeah, well, the other question was, how much did the recent survey cost?
Ooh.
So that I can judge how, with your figure of $100,000 over 5 years,
yes,
if that's going to be the best way to go.
I would need to take that one on notice.
If you know what I mean.
Is the item going to be held over to the next meeting? Or can we hold over till later in the day? Do you need that information?
It's up to other I'd like the information, but it's up to other councillors.
I think it's an important piece of information to have as you're making a decision. Mark will try and assess that for us. What's Councillor Goodluck, you have a question?
I was just going to suggest that perhaps we could hold the item, and I'm sure we can get that information.
Let's just hold it for now, and we might be able to come back to it in this meeting. If not, we can hold it to the next meeting. Brooke, do I need to move it to hold that over?
Yes, you need a procedural motion to defer the item.
Okay, thank you.
That question to be answered.
Councillor Hanson might like to move that.
I'd just like to move that we move it to the end of the items.
Yep.
If we can get the answer today, or then defer.
Thank you. Move Councillor Hanson, seconded Councillor Trevor. Put the motion, all in favour. It's carried. We'll move that item for a little bit later in the meeting. The next one is G4.7 is a sole supplier. And back to you, John.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This report seeks resolution to make use of provisions within the local government regulation for exceptions to the requirement for written quotes and tenders. Resolves that Newgrow are the only supplier reasonably available to council to provide oily water and sludge material disposal. Newgrow have the closest facility to Gladstone. It's located at Gracemere, and are licensed to dispose and process these types of materials. There are no licensed facilities in the Gladstone region, and the next nearest facility is actually in Bundaberg, and is also a Newgrow facility. Hence, it makes sense to go down this path. The annual expenditure is estimated to be around $400,000.
Thanks, John. That's one easy one, I think. Any questions? No. Move Councillor Goodluck, seconded Councillor Cameron. Put the motion, all in favour. It's carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is G4.8, another sole supplier, which is EZ Machinery. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Again, seeking resolution to make use of provisions in the local government regulation for exceptions for the requirement to written quotes and tenders, and that council resolves that bespoke engineering and fabrication trading as EZ Machinery is the only supplier available for the EZ mulch hydraulic attachment that goes on our roads equipment. The roads program delivery utilise mulcher attachments for roadside vegetation clearing. EZ Machinery are the original equipment manufacturer for mulchers owned by council, therefore the only reasonably available to council and present value for money. The estimated annual spend is around $25,000 per year.
Thank you. Move Councillor Churchill, second Councillor O'Grady, and then Councillor Goodluck has a question.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think I'm happy to support the motion. I just wanted to question we did go out for request for quote. There were 7 suppliers that were approached, and so the sole supply arrangement here is because EZ Machinery is the only ones that supply EZ hydraulic mulcher attachments. So what about the other suppliers? And so obviously we like these attachments, but does that not mean that in future one of those other 7 suppliers might have a more appropriate item for consideration? I'm not against the motion. I just wanted clarity around that. Sorry.
When these mulchers reach the end of their useful life, we would go back to the market for supply of similar types of equipment.
So it's just for the parts while we've got these particular items.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm comfortable.
Question, Councillor Muscat.
Yeah, just following on Councillor Goodluck's question, do we have a process at all in which we sort of reassess some of these? Because it might be the sole suppliers or they're only now, but maybe in 3 years there might be a different situation. I mean, yeah, things change. Is there a process we have in place to sort of go through some of these to make sure we still get the best value for money?
Christy? Yep.
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, we have a contracts register, and that is reviewed by my team on a regular basis. We also do performance reviews of the contracts that are in that register, so it is regularly reviewed and regularly maintained.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? No. Moved by Councillor Churchill, seconded by Councillor O'Grady. Put the motion. All in favour? It's carried.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Christy. G4.9 is the RADF 2020 Committee, a new member appointment. And I hand over to the General Manager of Community Development and Events, Kylie Lee.
Thank you. I'll say that again. Thanks, Mr Mayor and councillors and Acting CEO and those at home. This morning we've got a few reports from the community development space, the first of which is the Regional Arts Development Fund, requesting appointment of a new committee member. Our AGM for RADF was held in September 2021, where we did select our committee. However, since October, one of our committee members, Sharon Hare, has moved on to Banana Shire Council and has subsequently tendered her resignation. The committee did reach out to Agnes Water 1770, which is where Sharon's representation was from. And we approached two particular artists, and one has accepted. That particular artist is Bina. Sorry, I'm just trying to find her actual name. It's Bina Van Heften. Sorry, I just couldn't see it on my screen there. Sorry, I must have deleted my little ping there. So Bina will join, should council accept that nomination, Bina will join Bindi War, Lorna McGrath, Wendy Barker, Jack Viljoen, Wesley Pitt, Wesley Walker, Melissa Peacock, Mark McLaughlin, and our chair, Councillor Glenn Churchill. So, councillors, I seek the appointment of our new RADF member, please.
Very straightforward, councillors. Move Councillor Muscat, second Councillor Cameron. Any further questions, comments? Put the motion. All in favour. It's carried. Thank you. Very easy one. Thank you, Kylie. Next is G4.10, which is the Sister City Advisory Committee. Is that right? Yes.
That's right. Thanks, Mr Mayor. There's three sections to our Sayiki City report today, so I'll work through those with you, councillors. The first of is the request for a change of the terms of reference. The second is the endorsement of the 2022 committee, and then the third is the receipt of the annual President's report. Council has, as you know, enjoyed a very long-lasting relationship with Sayiki, first signing our friendship agreement in 1996. We've got a wonderful committee of volunteers, and they've done a great job of fostering a cultural, economic and educational relationship and interchange between Gladstone and Sayiki. From a respect of the terms of reference, they're simply asking for more membership. We've had increased committee interest, which is fantastic. And the change that they are requesting is to adjust the membership from up to 4 ordinary members to a minimum of 4 ordinary members, and also at the same time adjusting the advertising requirements from advertising in newspapers to publishing on Council's website, which is in alignment with the rest of our advertising of public notices. That's the first component. They've also requested a non-voting ex officio member representative from the Tondoon Botanic Gardens, just given the amount of significance in that area with the Sayiki Japanese tea garden and some works that they're interested in doing in the 2022 year. We received 8 applications for membership for the 2022 committee, and each applicant has a very diverse range of skills, which is great to see. We do have, I've got the list here and I'll read those out so that you're aware of them. So Wendy Marsh will again return as president, Chris Moore elected as vice president, Beverly Fellows, Howard Marsh, Maureen Mason, Yukiko Moore, Robina Cupid and Gay Cirrus have been nominated for that committee. And if you could just allow me a few more minutes, I'll just go through some of the highlights of the President's report. I think it's important that we acknowledge the amount of work that these volunteers have done throughout the year. This year was our 25th anniversary of the signing of declaration between Saiki and Gladstone as sister cities. And whilst we did face a pandemic where we couldn't actually have face-to-face contact with the group, the team did work together to put some real innovation in there to make sure the relationship was still strong, and I think they've done a great job for that. Some of the highlights they've had, we created a video of the Gladstone region with Japanese subtitles so that the Saiki friends could continue to interact with us in the Gladstone region. We've purchased a bonsai tree and a plaque which will be housed in the future bonsai house at Tondoon, just as a lasting and living connection between the two cities. We've also commissioned the Shorebird art installation, which you'll see at the front of the Civic Centre in Gundoon Street. And the significance there is around demonstrating that if those little birds can make the journey from Gladstone to Japan, then we will also be able to meet in person once again. So it's got a nice story to it. Margaret Worthington was the artist behind that one. The committee also wished to acknowledge the amount of support provided by Mayor Matt Burnett and the GRC. And in addition to the things I've just read out, they also had an annual children's book exchange. They also updated their communication strategy and website. We've had new roadside signs for Gladstone Saiki Sister Friendship. We've had mayor-to-mayor interactions again, which were great. We've also continued the Gladstone Region Art Gallery and Museum Children's Day, and we actually extended that to people that couldn't attend that with some kits that we mailed out to students that couldn't attend on the day. And the committee have now moved across to the Phillip Street precinct to host their meetings from here forward. On the horizon for 2022, they are looking at informative displays at the Tea Garden, which will be great, and also engaging a sculptor from Saiki to do a timber traditional bamboo tipping water fountain, which again will be a beautiful installation at the tea house there as well. Just in closing, I'd like to thank the committee for their efforts and their passion that they continue to provide for council with respect to this relationship, and also our council officers that are involved there as well. So Rebecca Creedy, Lee Griffith and Barry Mearing. And I hand over to councillors for any questions.
Thanks, Kylie. Councillors, questions? Anyone? Councillor sits on the committee as well?
I think you've just answered them.
Yeah, pretty much. Councillor O'Grady?
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge also Aaron from Youth Council.
Yes.
He attends every single meeting and he has great input into our meetings. So I'd just like to acknowledge him because he's not listed on the appointments. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Grady, and thank you also to the work that you do for the committee as well. I do refer to Aaron in the next report, but it is remiss of me not to mention him there. He has been a great addition and a nice young perspective on things as well, so thank you.
And maybe in the future the bonsai house might become part of strategic thinking for the next 5 years.
It's always good to have a nice young perspective on things.
All right, thank you. Can I have a move for the officer's recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor O'Grady. Seconded, Councillor Cameron. Any further questions, comments? No, I put the motion. All in favour? That's carried. Thank you, Kylie. And now we move to our Youth Council report, which is G 4.11.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This report today is the annual report from the Youth Council. Based as part of their terms of reference, they will come to you with a report annually. It's been a pretty special year for our Youth Council. I'm really proud of the team of people that we've had the chance to work with this year. And they are, for those who aren't aware, Brooke Asman and Layla Dow, who both co-chair the group, Aaron Yee, Alexa Markson, Charlize Falconer, Gypsy Cantwell, Ramil Malig or Romy, Stella Potter and William Patrick. They've just been a great group. They've demonstrated such great qualities of leadership over the past 12 months. And they're very passionate and knowledgeable, and they are so willing to learn new things, which is really great. They've really driven some great change across the year, and I'd just like to read out some of the highlights from their report. The team attended their first governance workshop early on in the year to make sure that when they were meeting with correct protocols and correct governance structures, so that was great. Youth Week 2021, we had William Patrick, who volunteered for the Amazing Race, and Brooke and Layla co-hosted the Mayor's Youth Breakfast with our Mayor Burnett. For National Volunteer Week, Brooke and Charlize co-hosted the Gladstone Volunteer Morning Tea, again alongside the Mayor. Brooke also hosted the Agnes Water event, and Aaron attended the Calliope and Miriam Vale events also. Aaron was appointed to the Saiki City Advisory Committee, and he has brought such a refreshing perspective to that group, particularly in the website space and the Shorebird art commissioning. He's done a great job in that space, and it's been so pleasing to see him really come out of his shell as a person. He's really great guy. The team participated in the Youth Ally project with Women's Health Queensland, which supports the awareness and prevention of domestic family violence. They also ensured they had a broad presence across the region. They held a few of their meetings out at, also one meeting out at their 1770 Air Sea Rescue with Councillor Trevor, thank you. They further participated in some cultural heritage awareness training with Gooreng traditional owner Annie Johnson, and she shared how to conduct an acknowledgement of country, spoke about her ancestry and what it was like to be a First Nations person in Gladstone and in Australia in her youth. For Seniors Month, Aaron again attended the Hope Cafe, which was our intergenerational conversations event. Hope meaning helping other possibilities emerge. That was out at Miriam Vale. The council also engaged with Gladstone Region Together, or Stronger Places, Stronger People, and they learnt more about asset-based community development and place-based change, and trending topics such as homelessness and domestic violence and mental health. They also volunteered at the Mayor's Charity Ball, Luminous, Port to Park Fund Run, Spring Ability, EcoFest, National Tree Day, PopCon and the Phillip Street opening. On behalf of my team and for Council, I'd just like to thank the Youth Committee for their commitment and their contributions and their dedication. Also to the councillors that were there during the year to support that particular team. And also to Bianca Michelle, who coordinated our Youth Council for this year. Over to councillors for any comments or feedback.
Just want to endorse those comments, Kylie. They've done an amazing job. Okay, councillors.
Just
Councillor
one
Hanson.
comment that's missing, and I know they probably find us a little bit boring, but is there a process that we could put or ask individually these guys to come through and listen to a council meeting? I mean, they'd be enthralled by the way Councillor Goodluck and the young side of things is happening here. But I think when talking to them at their meetings, some of them don't actually understand the complete role of a councillor, and it would be invaluable for them to, if they're looking to do those sorts of things later on in life. Yeah, it's hard because most of them go to school, but yeah, there could be an opportunity.
It's a really good point, Councillor Hanson, and those that we actually do have a few older youth council members now as well, which is great. So in between work and school, definitely they're always welcome. But more so, we do have the opportunity to relive the live stream as well. So that's something that they can do, and we'll encourage that as well.
Relive the live stream.
And it gives them the opportunity, Councillor Hanson, to learn from wise old heads too.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct, Councillor.
Thank you, councillors. Hang on, Councillor Goodluck, then Councillor Churchill.
Thank you. I knew I'd get you, Councillor Hanson. But no, I actually attended the Youth Council meeting last night, and it was great to hear from some of our youth councillors around the activities they'd done over the year, and particularly what they'd got out of it. And they spoke about, you know, interacting with people at these community events, at the Mayor's Youth Breakfast, and you know, young William told me it was a real, he had to come out of his shell to engage with people that are a lot older than him, and he just got so much development, and Brooke, the chair, and Aaron, young Aaron, really great to see. But I just thought I'd mention again that the nominations are open, I believe, for next year's intake of our youth council, and if anyone's looking to get that sort of growth and development for their young people, or if there's any young people that might be watching Councillor Hanson, I'm sure there's some out there, it's a really great opportunity, and so those nominations are open now, and you'll see them on our socials. I think we're trying to get that out, so yeah, keep an eye out for that, and the opportunity's there. Happy to move.
Thank you. Officer's recommendation moved by Councillor Goodluck, seconded by Councillor Churchill. Any further questions? No? Put the motion. All in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you. And thank you, Kylie. We'll move back to item G 4.6, which is our specialised supplier that we deferred. If John could come back, I believe Mark has some information for us now. Mark has some information on that. Is that right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Over to the Acting CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With respect to the sole supply arrangement for human synergistics, our current engagement that we engaged was for a quote of $82,500. That was around it was essentially around the provision and conduct of that culture survey, which was all steps along that journey, and we've essentially finished that engagement effectively. But none of that was actually around the development and developing of those tools in-house, and essentially building up the skills of our manager of culture and capability and some of those other officers to make sure that we can deliver the training in a manner that makes sure that we can, as I get told from a financial perspective, we can compare apples and apples.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just confirm that that amount was the engagement of building that skill set within our business, that 82.5. What being requested here is the information for the tool itself.
Yep.
So that 82.5 will be saved by having that internally within ourselves.
Okay. Thank you. Before I go back to Councillor Hanson, Councillor Branthwaite had a question.
It was actually just referring to the results from the original one, because obviously it's the same company doing it, and obviously there'll be a benchmark and a way of measure of see how far we've come with certain things. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor Branthwaite. The intent is to be able to compare apples with apples on an ongoing basis.
Yeah, you answered it just as I was about to ask the question, so I thought I'll better still ask it.
Thank you. Councillor Hanson, does that answer your question?
Question answered, thank you.
Excellent. Any further questions, councillors? Thank you. Do I have a mover for the recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor Branthwaite. Seconded, Councillor Hanson. Put the motion all in favour. That's carried.
Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, John. Okay, the next item on the agenda is councillor report, and I believe, Councillor Branthwaite, you have a report. Over to you, Councillor Branthwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to present you with the inaugural Healthy Harbour Partnership Stewardship Report. Now, this is basically a stewardship report is about what the partners are doing or having concerns with the harbour and what they're doing to help improve the harbour. There's a lot of people and a lot of companies and business and stakeholders involved with this program. The actual Healthy Harbour report will come out in February, but this is the first time this has been done. Now, it goes through, obviously, the Queensland Government, Office of the Great Barrier Reef, but it comes to the Gladstone Regional Council page. Now, this is the first time this has been measured, but it's called the Urban Water Stewardship Assessment Report. Now, it's something that Council has taken a lot of pride in over the years, but now there's actual an urban water stewardship program that's been out now. It's been I suppose about 12 months now that the program's been in place, and this will give you an indication of where we sort of sit in that. While the report isn't glowing, there's certainly nothing wrong with this report and what the council's doing and putting in place as far as how we're affecting and measuring and doing things positively towards the healthiness of our harbour and our coastline. So I think the council can take a real feather out of its cap with this. On the next page, we'll also see some of the things that the council have been undertaking over the past year, and there's a lot more than that. There's a lot more education processes that have been put in place as far as the schools are concerned and that. So I think I just wanted to bring this up because of the fact that it is the first time this this has actually happened, and we've got a big responsibility over, especially over the stormwater runoff and what happens with our urban water when it leaves the tap. So, and I think Council itself, the organisation, could take a lot of pride over the steps it's taking towards getting our score up the tree a bit further.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Branthwaite. Brooke, do I need to receive the report?
If you would like it to be recorded through the minutes, yes.
I think this document should be recorded in the minutes. It's
Yes,
a very
yes,
good
it should.
document.
I think it concerns everything. So I'd like to move a motion that we receive the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be prepared to second that, Mayor Matt. If I could just acknowledge Councillor Branthwaite's contribution to it from a decision making, but also Ali Moore, our environmental officer, biodiversity officer, who contributes. So it's from an elected member's perspective and from an operational officer's position at the launch is recognising Council's contribution.
Yep, thank you. Moved by Councillor Branthwaite, seconded Councillor Churchill, that this be received. All in favour? It's carried. Thank you. And if you have a digital version for our minute taker, that'd be fantastic. Or we can just scan it in. Is there any further councillor reports? There'll be a link somewhere. No further councillor reports? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Hanson.
Oh, not necessarily in line. The CQ University, it's not a report, but CQ University had their big graduation at the GCC this Friday afternoon.
Thank you, Councillor Churchill. Councillor Hanson.
Just briefly, Chris Irvine and the waste manager and myself recently attended the final LAWMAC meeting of the year in Proserpine. LAWMAC standing for Local Authority Waste Management Action Committee. I've collated all the presentations and minutes of the meeting and will forward them to councillors very soon, and the CEO, of course, for their reference. Just as an aside from that, noting that the previous report, we got an A for water quality, I think, in the harbour. Is that correct?
That is correct. That was the water quality in harbour. That report will be coming out. This is a different report to that. This is a So yes, this past year was an A. And
just noting, and I don't know whether I should note this, but the Whitsundays was somewhat less than that. So it's because of all of the Fitzroy River and all their farm runoff and all that sort of stuff. So they're fighting a bit of a battle up there to keep their water quality.
I think there's challenges all the way up the coast, Councillor. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how the report comes out in February.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Any further councillor reports? No further council reports. Councillors, we do have two confidential items, and as per the local government requirements, I have to read out those. So in accordance with the Local Government Regulation 2012, Section 254J, it is proposed to close the meeting to discuss two confidential items. Item G8.1 is an out-of-water leak concession request, which will be closed under Section 254JD, rating concession, as this item will discuss and consider individual requests for concessions from water rates and charges. And G8.2, which is a deferral of accumulated under-recovery from Gladstone Area Water Board, will be closed under Section 254J, a matter the local government is required to keep confidential under law of or formal agreement with Commonwealth or state, as this item will discuss confidential negotiations, arrangements undertaken for the deferral of accumulated under-recovery with the Gladstone Area Water Board. Can I have a mover into confidential, please? Move Councillor Hanson, seconded Councillor Cameron. All in favour? That's carried. Thank you. We'll have to clear the gallery.
Sign up to Council's disaster and weather event warning system. Receive alerts about emergency news, severe weather events and other public safety alerts via SMS or email. Registering to the disaster messaging system is free. To register, visit Gladstone Regional Council's Region Watch website and click on the Register for Warnings button. Get ready, Gladstone. Take the steps to protect what's most important to you. Let's be better prepared and protected for emergencies and disasters.
Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify.
Illegal dumping and littering is a concern across the Gladstone region, with over 134 offences in the last 18 months. Our region is beautiful, but there are a few bad apples that ruin it for the rest of us, and they need to clean up their act.
Commonly found items at illegal dumping sites across the region include car bodies and batteries, mattresses, tyres, white goods and furniture, and green waste. These items can be disposed of at any of the region's waste transfer stations, some of them even for free.
Illegal dumping and littering pollutes our environment, harms plants and animals, and detracts from the enjoyment of our public spaces. It can lead to stormwater and ocean pollution, with large amounts of plastic, sugar sachets, and cigarette butts caught in stormwater traps and grates.
It's cheaper for everyone to dispose of waste correctly. Illegal dumping and littering cost our ratepayers thousands of dollars each year in waste management and clean-up. It's also costly for our dumper, with penalties of up to $10,000.
We can all work together to keep our region beautiful and dispose of waste responsibly by placing rubbish in the bins, or even holding onto the rubbish until you're near a suitable bin, and using our local waste facilities. Don't be part of the problem of pollution. We want you to be a part of the solution.
From towns to the bush, illegal dumping and littering is everybody's responsibility. Protect our public spaces and natural environment by doing the right thing for today and tomorrow.
If you see illegal dumping,
dive in a dumper.
See it, report it, stop it.
Sign up to Council's disaster and weather event warning system. Receive alerts about emergency news, severe weather events and other public safety alerts via SMS or email. Registering to the disaster messaging system is free. To register, visit Gladstone Regional Council's Region Watch website and click on the Register for Warnings button. Get ready, Gladstone. Take the steps to protect what's most important to you. Let's be better prepared and protected for emergencies and disasters.
Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify.
Illegal dumping and littering is a concern across the Gladstone region, with over 134 offences in the last 18 months. Our region is beautiful, but there are a few bad apples that ruin it for the rest of us, and they need to clean up their act.
Commonly found items at illegal dumping sites across the region include car bodies and batteries, mattresses, tyres, white goods and furniture, and green waste. These items can be disposed of at any of the region's waste transfer stations, some of them even for free.
Illegal dumping and littering pollutes our environment, harms plants and animals, and detracts from the enjoyment of our public spaces. It can lead to stormwater and ocean pollution, with large amounts of plastic, sugar sachets, and cigarette butts caught in stormwater traps and grates.
It's cheaper for everyone to dispose of waste correctly. Illegal dumping and littering cost our ratepayers thousands of dollars each year in waste management and clean-up. It's also costly for our dumper, with penalties of up to $10,000.
We can all work together to keep our region beautiful and dispose of waste responsibly by placing rubbish in the bins, or even holding onto the rubbish until you're near a suitable bin, and using our local waste facilities. Don't be part of the problem of pollution. We want you to be a part of the solution.
From towns to the bush, illegal dumping and littering is everybody's responsibility. Protect our public spaces and natural environment by doing the right thing for today and tomorrow.
If you see illegal dumping,
Dob in a dumper.
See it,
report it, stop it.
Sign up to Council's disaster and weather event warning system. Receive alerts about emergency news, severe weather events and other public safety alerts via SMS or email. Registering to the disaster messaging system is free. To register, visit Gladstone Regional Council's Region Watch website and click on the Register for Warnings button. Get ready, Gladstone. Take the steps to protect what's most important to you. Let's be better prepared and protected for emergencies and disasters.
Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify.
Illegal dumping and littering is a concern across the Gladstone region, with over 134 offences in the last 18 months. Our region is beautiful, but there are a few bad apples that ruin it for the rest of us, and they need to clean up their act.
Commonly found items at illegal dumping sites across the region include car bodies and batteries, mattresses, tyres, white goods and furniture, and green waste. These items can be disposed of at any of the region's waste transfer stations, some of them even for free.
Illegal dumping and littering pollutes our environment, harms plants and animals, and detracts from the enjoyment of our public spaces. It can lead to stormwater and ocean pollution, with large amounts of plastic, sugar sachets, and cigarette butts caught in stormwater traps and grates.
It's cheaper for everyone to dispose of waste correctly. Illegal dumping and littering cost our ratepayers thousands of dollars each year in waste management and clean-up. It's also costly for our dumper, with penalties of up to $10,000.
We can all work together to keep our region beautiful and dispose of waste responsibly by placing rubbish in the bins, or even holding onto the rubbish until you're near a suitable bin, and using our local waste facilities. Don't be part of the problem of pollution. We want you to be a part of the solution.
From towns to the bush, illegal dumping and littering is everybody's responsibility. Protect our public spaces and natural environment by doing the right thing for today and tomorrow.
If you see illegal dumping,
Dob in a dumper.
See it,
report it, stop it.
Sign up to Council's disaster and weather event warning system. Receive alerts about emergency news, severe weather events and other public safety alerts via SMS or email. Registering to the disaster messaging system is free. To register, visit Gladstone Regional Council's Region Watch website and click on the Register for Warnings button. Get ready, Gladstone. Take the steps to protect what's most important to you. Let's be better prepared and protected for emergencies and disasters.
Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify.
Illegal dumping and littering is a concern across the Gladstone region, with over 134 offences in the last 18 months. Our region is beautiful, but there are a few bad apples that ruin it for the rest of us, and they need to clean up their act.
Commonly found items at illegal dumping sites across the region include car bodies and batteries, mattresses, tyres, white goods and furniture, and green waste. These items can be disposed of at any of the region's waste transfer stations, some of them even for free.
Illegal dumping and littering pollutes our environment, harms plants and animals, and detracts from the enjoyment of our public spaces. It can lead to stormwater and ocean pollution, with large amounts of plastic, sugar sachets, and cigarette butts caught in stormwater traps and grates.
It's cheaper for everyone to dispose of waste correctly. Illegal dumping and littering cost our ratepayers thousands of dollars each year in waste management and clean-up. It's also costly for our dumper, with penalties of up to $10,000.
We can all work together to keep our region beautiful and dispose of waste responsibly by placing rubbish in the bins, or even holding onto the rubbish until you're near a suitable bin, and using our local waste facilities. Don't be part of the problem of pollution. We want you to be a part of the solution.
From towns to the bush, illegal dumping and littering is everybody's responsibility. Protect our public spaces and natural environment by doing the right thing for today and tomorrow.
If you see illegal dumping,
Dob in a dumper.
See it,
report it, stop it.
Sign up to Council's disaster and weather event warning system. Receive alerts about emergency news, severe weather events and other public safety alerts via SMS or email. Registering to the disaster messaging system is free. To register, visit Gladstone Regional Council's Region Watch website and click on the Register for Warnings button. Get ready, Gladstone. Take the steps to protect what's most important to you. Let's be better prepared and protected for emergencies and disasters.
Gladstone Regional Council are committed to fostering a proud, involved and engaged community. The Gladstone Regional Council Community Investment Program provides financial support to local community initiatives, projects and events which promote community connections, regional enhancements, community celebrations and community education. For more information on the Community Investment Program, visit gladstone.qld.gov.au. Gladstone Regional Council. Connect, innovate, diversify.
Illegal dumping and littering is a concern across the Gladstone region, with over 134 offences in the last 18 months. Our region is beautiful, but there are a few bad apples that ruin it for the rest of us, and they need to clean up their act.
Commonly found items at illegal dumping sites across the region include car bodies and batteries, mattresses, tyres, white goods and furniture, and green waste. These items can be disposed of at any of the region's waste transfer stations, some of them even for free.
Illegal dumping and littering pollutes our environment, harms plants and animals, and detracts from the enjoyment of our public spaces. It can lead to stormwater and ocean pollution, with large amounts of plastic, sugar sachets, and cigarette butts caught in stormwater traps and grates.
It's cheaper for everyone to dispose of waste correctly. Illegal dumping and littering cost our ratepayers thousands of dollars each year in waste management and clean-up. It's also costly for our dumper, with penalties of up to $10,000.
We can all work together to keep our region beautiful and dispose of waste responsibly by placing rubbish in the bins, or even holding onto the rubbish until you're near a suitable bin, and using our local waste facilities. Don't be part of the problem of pollution. We want you to be a part of the solution.
From towns to the bush, illegal dumping and littering is everybody's responsibility. Protect our public spaces and natural environment by doing the right thing for today and tomorrow.
If you see illegal dumping,
dive in a dumper.
See it, report it, stop it.
Sign up to Council's disaster and weather event warning system. Receive alerts about emergency news, severe weather events and other public safety alerts via SMS or email. Registering to the disaster messaging system is free. To register, visit Gladstone Regional Council's Region Watch website and click on the Register for Warnings button. Get ready, Gladstone. Take the steps to protect what's most important to you. Let's be better prepared and protected for emergencies and disasters.
Welcome back. We've had Mayor Matt, who's had to leave as he's got another commitment, and that will be noted in the minutes there, Brooke. Thank you. So we're on to item number G/8.1, out of policy water leak concession requests. And councillors, I believe, do we have anyone that wants to move a motion in relation to that item? You didn't want to speak to that, Mark? No. Councillors, I'm happy to move a motion to consider requests made by ratepayers for out-of-policy water leak concessions in relation to the following assessments. Assessment number 28568-4. Assessment number 22107-7 and assessment number 6361-0, for a 50% concession for consideration by councillors.
Is that a 50% concession after they've already, some of them have already got a concession? Is that a 50% concession from the total water bill?
Yep, we'll say that. I'm happy to consider amendments. From the total owing, let's say that. Is that right?
From the total water bill.
Okay. We'll go with total original bill. I'm happy. And then that obviously leaves 3 and 5 where we would not grant. So assessment number 11628-5 and assessment number 6062-4 where we would not grant an out-of-policy water concession. Are we... So, councillors, first I'll call for a seconder for that motion, if there is one.
Sorry, just bear with me one moment, please.
So
these three, Mr. Chair, are the ones with a concealed leak. Is that, are they
yes,
the three with the concealed water leak?
For the benefit in the report, it's 1, 2, and 4.
Yep.
and then with 3 and 5 having no concession. And I'm happy to consider amendments.
Can I confirm the due to for 1, 2 and 4? The reason for your proposed motion to give 50%?
Yes, so the leaks, because they were concealed leaks, and they were acted upon quickly to rectify those leaks. In accordance with the policy, is that? Well, I probably can't say that. No, just, is that
Can you read that?
valid reason there, Brooke, or would you like me to elaborate more?
It's your proposed motion, it's the reason you give. Does that capture your motion?
I'm satisfied with that, yep. Councillors, if we can, so does everyone understand the motion put? I'll have to call for a seconder before we can take any more.
I'll second that.
Seconded, Councillor Branthwaite, thank you. Is there any questions or debate or amendments to be put forward before I put the motion?
Just
Councillor
one.
Cameron?
Yeah, do we need to put in there that they would be able to apply for a payment plan on this, or is that a given?
That your revenue statement stands, it provides that capacity.
Provides that capacity? Yep. That's all I need to know.
Councillor Churchill, did you have a...
I just wanted to go back to that one, the one which is, if you're counting them in number order, number 5, which is the meter reading. Bear with me for a second. That's the one at 5 Eden Street, South Gladstone. So we're absolutely certain that there was no anomaly with the meter reading, or we did offer the owner, albeit the proponent or the occupier, the opportunity to have that meter tested. Is that the case?
Yes.
And they did independent testing of that meter?
Yes, they had a plumber out there to read and test.
To test the meter?
Yeah.
And just remind me again, the plumber tested it and found that the meter was working or not working?
Working, and they couldn't identify where the leak what's the result of the leak. So meter is working. There's nothing at this point in time that they can identify that's wrong.
We made an offer to do a testing of the meter?
Yes, we did.
They've rejected that?
Yeah, it's at a cost of the resident, and if we find that the meter is wrong, we will refund that and refund the water as well. But the customer has at this stage not decided to accept our offer.
Okay, so just perhaps preempting the outcome from the decision that, or the motion that's currently moved and seconded up there at the moment. If the owner or be it the owner or the occupier, or be it the owner in this circumstance for that property, reconsidered the offer, would the offer still be alive, or is it effectively dead as of today based on the resolution?
That offer is available to all residents at any time, and it's a service we offer all the time.
Okay, yep, thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? No, we'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? And declare it carried. We'll move on to item number G/8.2, deferral of accumulated under recovery charges, Gladstone Area Water Board, and I hand over to you, Mark, General Manager for Acting CEO. Sorry, Mark.
Thank you, Councillor. Good luck. So the officer recommendation in this place is, in this circumstance, is to authorise the CEO or the delegate to execute the agreements relevant to the recovery of the accumulated revenue under recovery, as endorsed by the Queensland Competition Authority, and works from there.
Question.
Councillor Churchill.
Just in understanding the draft agreement between Council and Gorb, and if our recommendation here appropriately is that that we're delegating it, although I see in the word there that it's authorising the CEO or delegate to execute the agreement. And it would go on to the delegation register? Or is this just a process of authorising the CEO to continue the negotiations, the mutual negotiations in relation to the agreement?
I'm happy to take that question on Councillor Churchill's.
I've got two questions, but if we can answer that one first.
Yeah, so in governance we maintain a delegations register for all council resolutions. So if this recommendation was carried today, then it would go onto that register, and if the CEO did delegate to anyone further in relation to that agreement, that register will capture who that position is.
Okay. Which I suppose leads me to the second question, based on our discussions in confidential. At what stage would the agreement itself, be it still in draft form, find its way back to this board? Or is today the fait accompli that it authorises it to execute the agreement and put it in place, signed, sealed, delivered? Is that the case?
Yeah, the intention of this paper is that this gives the head of power to the CEO to outwork the resolution and put the agreement in place that delivers the outcome to the community. So it doesn't necessarily need to come back to the boardroom at all.
So if I could just ask one additional question based on that particular point. At the finalisation of the negotiations and the mutual agreement, is there a level of consultation with the mayor before the signing of the agreement?
Yeah, and we'll absolutely keep councillors in the loop as to the progress in terms of the final execution of the document.
All right, lovely. Thank you for that. Anyway.
Councillor Trevor. Happy to move. Moved, Councillor Trevor. Seconded, Councillor Hanson. I put the motion. All those in favour? Declare it carried. And that is the end of our meeting. We'll declare the meeting closed at 1:40 p.m.